All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I almost missed the beginning of this because I was so excited in the bar having a discussion about randomness, and if that's not the roguelike celebration experience, I don't know what is. But without further ado, we're going to get into our lightning talks, which is very exciting. There's a lot of them. They're going to go fast. You can put questions in. We probably won't generally have time for questions, so find the speakers in the space after. Maybe let's say go to somewhere like the bar or the kitchen. And without further ado, let's get into it. First up is Rosalind Chapman, a queer indie game designer who likes crunchy, overcomplicated games, talking about hunger mechanics.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to... I'm going to jump right into it just because 10 minutes is not a lot of time. I hope everybody's having a really great roguelike celebration. My name's Rosalind Chapman. You can find me at Twitter at Rosalind with a Y, MC. And you can play my games on rosepulp.wordpress.com. And I'm going to be talking about Hungry Rogues. I'm going to talk about hunger mechanics in roguelikes. So let's move on. So hunger mechanics. So some people who are only familiar with really modern roguelikes might be a little bit confused by this because hunger mechanics are sort of a staple of old roguelikes, but they don't make it into a lot of newer roguelikes in a very conventional form. Instead, the sort of system and dynamics still exists, but it comes in different forms than a traditional hunger mechanic. So why do these games have hunger mechanics in the first place? And what is a hunger mechanic? So roguelikes typically have this tension where the roguelike protagonist gets stronger the more they explore, the more they fight things. Basically, if you could grind, it would be the best thing to do because you'd get more powerful, and that's just a thing that happens. And the games only tend to get more difficult the further in the dungeon you progress. So this creates a tension because it means that the optimal way to play the game is a way that's not really fun, because you're encouraged to basically, if you had absolutely no time pressures whatsoever, you'd be encouraged to basically grind out early levels as thoroughly and absolutely as possible, never progressing anywhere until you've completely exhausted every resource in every previous zone. And what hunger does is it turns time into a resource. So now grinding and thorough exploration are a strategic choice that you have to weigh up against other options rather than just a clearly optimal strategy. So the traditional hunger mechanic is hunger. So your character gets hungrier over time, they get weaker, their health regeneration turns off, they lose health over time, possibly they just die at a certain point. And you deal with this via items. This can add an element of inventory management to the game because typically your hunger can only go so positive. So you want to keep some items around. So if your game has limited inventory, that becomes another consideration. And another way that that can work is there can be magic items that deal with hunger. So like in Pixel Rogue, for example, there's like a cornucopia item that takes up your trinket slot. And the trinket slot can be kind of cool and helpful. But not having to deal with the hunger mechanic is also really helpful. So it adds a bunch of trade-offs there. It also limits really powerful options that take a really long time, like sleeping or kiting enemies, which can be really effective, but they're not the most fun to play. So yeah, that's what traditional hunger does. More modern games have this same sort of time pressure approach, but they've done it in a very different way. So a lot of games have systems where you just can't thoroughly explore. There's lots of mutually exclusive choices in where you travel. There's a lot of mutually exclusive choices in where you travel. And if you go down one path, you absolutely cannot ever go down the other path. What is really neat about these systems is they turn a previously invisible layer of strategy about how much do you push your luck of thorough exploration versus your dwindling food. And they make it really explicit. If I go down this path, I will face this challenge and get this reward. If I go down this path, I will face that challenge and get that reward. what does my run need right now? What does my run need in the future? Which is really neat. Another way to do this is with monsters. This is really common in board games that are very roguelike adjacent, but it can be all over the place. So the only way that this works is if the rewards for defeating monsters don't outweigh the costs for fighting them, because otherwise you would just be able to grind infinitely. But if monsters are seriously threatening or they don't really give you anything, then monsters can be a good way to push people forward, and you can use monsters as a clock. And what's wonderful about monsters is there's a lot of counterplay to monsters. Because combat is already likely your most detailed system in a roguelike, you can evade monsters and you can try to power through monsters, rather than just having like, sometimes players find it really arbitrary and there's a lot of really bad game feel attached to a timer that just kills you. So monsters can be a really good way of avoiding all those problems. Sometimes the monsters kind of break the normal rules, like in Splunky, where you have a completely invincible monster. But the point is still the same. It's a thing that pushes the clock. There's some other unique ways that people have done it. There's like difficulty scaling. Basically, in Invisible Ink and Risk of Rain, literally everything in the game just gets harder the longer you stick around, which is, it's kind of like the pure version of this. It is, remove everything else. This is the absolute baseline essentials of these types of mechanics, is the game should get harder somehow from spending time. So these games just make it harder every way by spending too much time. And another mechanic is in a game like Darkest Dungeon or Infra Arcana, they use a stress mechanic, which is like a secondary health resource that doesn't come back very easily. You can use some things to minimize stress gain, but there's basically no way you will ever break even or like net positive on these resources. They are things that are dwindling and they put a hard cap on your run. I'm going to quickly talk about what I'm going to try to do special in my game Castle Cthulhu. I don't know how much time I have left. But basically, I'm going to have a bunch of haunts, which are spooky effects that happen if you linger too long in this horrible castle that wants you dead. So suits of armor might animate, doors might randomly jam, forcing you to like have to do like a little mini game where you force the lock. Things might collapse off certain passageways, and monsters can spawn in weird ways. An important part about these haunts is lots of horror games have used a similar system of, ooh, when your character sees spooky stuff, here's a list of bad things that can happen, but they're usually very aesthetic focused. So an important thing about haunts in this game, in order for them to serve that purpose, is that all of them can kill you. They are all going to screw with your map or spawn things that are dangerous. None of these are things you want. They are bad things. And I can tie it in thematically, which is really nice. So haunts will accumulate over time, but they can go up really sharply when you read that ancient arcane tome of forbidden knowledge, which is great flavor, and I love it. I don't know how much time I have left. But thank you everyone for listening.
Yes. Perfect time. You had 1 minute. So.
Oh, I have 1 minute. My name is Rosalind Chapman again. You can play my games at rosepulp.wordpress.com. And yeah, I'd appreciate any questions. And
wonderful. Is there maybe a place people can find you to ask questions later on in the day? You want to pick a room?
Later on in the day, probably Twitter, but for right now, within the space, I'm currently in just the main area, but
awesome.
I might go off to one of the...
cool.
I haven't thought of where I'm going to go.
That's fine. People want me to make sure to mention that your drawings and those slides are absolutely wonderful. Everyone loved them very much.
Thank you.
So,
these are the drawings.
Thank you very much. Yes. All right. We're going to move right along to Julian K. Jarbo, who's talking about procedural sound design. Do we have Julian? Hello. Oh, just a little bit of technical stuff. Taking over here. Excellent. All right, we have a video. Julianne is a writer and sound designer from Massachusetts. And
my name is Julianne K. Jarbo, and I'm a writer and sound designer and artist. Sometimes, especially with personal projects, I'm all three at the same time. I wouldn't recommend overextending yourself creatively like this, even and perhaps especially with unpaid passion projects. But I suppose if none of us had ever done that, none of us would be here at a roguelike celebration. I say this up front because the topic of my lightning talk, procedural sound design for roguelikes, might sound overly broad or obtusely technical, and I don't want to disappoint you if you're here for something that it's not. So, for clarity, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes focused on two inseparable aspects of what matters most to me about this topic in conversation with this specific community. 1. You should be thoughtfully incorporating sound design into your games if you are not already. If you think sound, including its absence, is not an important or meaningful part of your game, I am sorry to tell you this, but you're mistaken. 2. You can do this even if you have a tin ear, an empty wallet, and a New Year's resolution to rein in the scope creep of your projects. Musical talent, fancy software, and infinite free time are certainly helpful, but you already have the most essential qualities for good sound design. You understand that even simple, common, and fairly abstract symbols can convey an enormous amount of information. Furthermore, you're probably curious and like to tinker. Maybe you want to perpetually nudge a bit outside your comfort zone. If so, congrats. So, how do we achieve these things? Well, here are Julian's rules and tools for achieving some sound design in your roguelike as directed. First concept. You must be honest and kind with yourself about your own sensory quirks. They are assets, not limitations, and are part of your style and voice. For example, there's no such thing as just putting on headphones. Here are 10 different reasons someone might wear them. 1. To quiet the noise of the outside world around them. 2. To quiet the noise of the inside world in their mind. 3. To relax or fall asleep. 4. To wake up or exercise. 5. To achieve a particular mood or attitude. 6. To focus and work productively. 7. To feel focused and productive while doing nothing. 8. As an inward substitute for companionship. 9. As an inward substitute for personal space. 10. As an outward barrier to assert personal space, sometimes not even listening to anything at all. Some people are always going to turn a game's sound off and listen to their own selections, and that's okay. But understand the different reasons people do listen, and try to make your game something at least you would want to listen to. 5 thoughts about process. It needs to feel accurate, not be accurate. Classically, if you want a punch to sound like a punch, you're better off snapping celery in front of a microphone than recording a boxing match. 2. Procedural sound generation can mean a lot of things. Writing software to compose a sonata is no more or less legitimate than recording your own burps into your phone, putting the burp files in one folder, and then closing your eyes and pointing at the screen to pick one. Some people will disagree with me about this, and they're welcome to write their own presentation. 3. Collaging and mixing together pre-existing sound files that you have the right to use until you make them your own is a legitimate way to design. 4. Using something given away freely for you to use for free is not cheating. 5. Collaborating with others, including hiring someone else in a purely transactional exchange, is also not cheating. You don't have to do it all yourself. Second concept. There is more to sound design than just music and sound effects, and you don't necessarily need to incorporate either or both of them. Atmospheric sound, for example, often defies both categories. It can be quite simple, subtle, and powerful. But more so, the sounds of the player's environment while they are playing, including the sounds they make themselves, are ultimately part of their experience of the design. Even if this seems like hypothetical woo-woo as an exercise, it does matter. What expectations and conditions is your game made for? We already think about this a lot with a more established conversation around accessibility and numpads. Same deal, but for ears. Imagine playing and listening to your game on a small ThinkPad with a set of CVS earbuds and no mouse, and you're on a cramped commuter train. Now consider it again with a 4K monitor, some okay headphones, decent mechanical keyboard, decent Staples office chair, private rented bedroom late at night. Now consider this again on a surround sound home entertainment system with a massive projection screen and a leather recliner. These are really different. 5 thoughts about technique. 1. Audio sprites exist exactly the way visual sprites do. You can economically bundle and reuse a fairly small library of sounds and modify effects on the fly. 2. Mix in the best set of external speakers or over-ear headphones that you can afford or reasonably borrow. 3. Pursue a basic grasp of frequency bands. You don't need to be able to run a fancy mixer at a live rock show. You will want to know what noisy and muddy means when it comes to a lot of different overlapping audio, and to know that you can fix that problem without deleting sounds. 4. Understand why MIDI has persisted as a technology. It's great if you deeply understand how it works, but bare minimum, try to understand why it's valuable. 5. You can't always control for consistent quality. Luckily, I think it matters less in the overall design than consistent volume, which you can control. Third concept, whether you call it your game's market or genre or tone or vibe or big mood, it is a promise that you as a designer are making to your players and listeners too. Here is part of a very adaptable worksheet I originally wrote for fiction podcast writers. What does your setting sound like? Write down whatever sonic associations you have with the ideas about this setting. There are no wrong answers. Review your list of sounds and consider what it is that makes them feel like that genre. Imagine that tomorrow morning our real world sounded like all of, but only the things on your list. Are there specific types of music, machines, animals, weather, and people that are present? Why? Are there specific types of music, machines, animal, weather, and people that are absent? Why?
All right. Excellent. Packed talk there. We have 2 minutes. I don't know if we want to try, Julian, to bring something up super quick. I'll at least could add your audio. Let's see in the private chat. We're working things out as we go, folks. And lots of applause and talks about sound design in the chat. Lightning talks go fast. We do our best. Lots of claps. Claps in chat. I'm going to make the call that I think with only 1 minute. We probably couldn't actually... Oh, well, there we go. Super quick. Anything you want to say with 1 minute, Julian?
Yeah. The most important thing is that all of the things that I said exist in a Google Doc that I want you all to see because I'm going to link it. So if you were like, wait, I want to read that, guess what? It's all written down. And then at the very bottom of the Google Doc is a bunch of links to cool stuff that I use all the time for sound design. So that's it. That was the thing I wanted to show live.
Amazing. Thank you. And maybe tweet that out, do something like that. Tag Roguelike Celebration. We'll try and get that in front of people. So, awesome. Moving right along. Next up, we have consulting my notes. Oh man, my notes are messed up. It's fine. It's Albert Ford. Hello.
Hello.
So you're working on a roguelike drawn by the idea of procedural worlds that can surprise their original creators. You have yet to finish, but you've been exploring wonderful worlds that other people have made.
Yeah, exactly. So unlike the previous talk, warning in advance, this is a bit of a programming talk. It's about vision and about field of view in traditional roguelikes. So this talk is meant to answer 3 questions. 1, what makes for a good field of view algorithm? 2, what do those things look like under the hood? How do they operate? And 3, what can we use them for? And for 3, of course, the obvious answer is you use field of view for vision, right? That's what it's meant for. But I do have a couple of ideas I'd like to share at the end of sort of out-of-the-box problems that could have solutions in terms of field of view. So our dream in terms of vision is something that's efficient, consistent, and symmetric. Efficiency, just meaning going fast, and consistency meaning you want field of view to play nicely with your other systems. If you have ranged combat in your roguelike, you want to avoid situations where you can see something and you can't target it, or you can target something that you can't see, or worst of all, if there's something that you can't see and it can target you, then you're in danger. And then last of all, symmetry. If I can see you, you can see me, and vice versa. So for me, a natural starting point with field of view is raycasting, which is a simple algorithm that works very much how the real world works. You cast a ray in every direction. The rays stop when they hit an obstacle, and everything that the ray touches or passes through gets added to field of view. So this is what this looks like in a real grid. And you can notice how the tiles closer to the center, closer to the @ sign, get a lot more attention from the algorithm. And if we make a heat map of how often tiles get hit, those tiles are getting a lot of extra energy put into them. That's a lot of wasted effort from the algorithm. And because of that reason, raycasting isn't a very efficient algorithm. But the upside, though, is we do get 1 out of 3. Raycasting is a very consistent algorithm. It works very well with line of sight, precisely because it pretty much is line of sight, just line of sight repeated over and over and over. But in terms of efficiency, if we want to solve that problem first, we need to turn to a different approach. So shadowcasting differs from raycasting in that instead of having radial lines moving outwards from your origin, you move in concentric circles. And what this does is it has a uniform density over the entire grid. With raycasting, the lines get denser towards the middle and more sparse outside. And with shadowcasting, concentric circles will cover the same amount of area in terms of density. And well, I say circles, but on a grid, they're actually squares because that's how distance will work in 8 directions. And squares have corners, which is kind of a bother. So when implementing shadowcasting, it's often helpful to split it up into 4 quadrants or 8 octants. So here, there's 4 quadrants of shadowcasting. And if you look at a heat map of this, you can see we've done a much better job than raycasting at being efficient. Every tile in vision is only visited once, with the exception of on the edges between quadrants, those seams are visited twice. But still, overall, we've actually lost the consistency. We've gained efficiency, but at the cost. If you look at this example, the white line represents a potential target that you could, if you were engaged in range combat, you could sort of shoot right next to the wall at a target to the top and to the right. And with raycasting, everything's all right. You can see it, you're happy, they can see you. But with shadowcasting, you're shooting in the dark, and perhaps there's someone there aiming at you. The reason why shadowcasting isn't consistent like this is if you look on the left with raycasting, it might be kind of hard to see. The pink line that represents the Euclidean line of sight actually clips the wall slightly. And shadowcasting is like, oh no, you can't do that. I'm smarter than that. You can't just look through walls. So shadowcasting limits you to a 45-degree angle. And really the problem is the corner is getting in the way. So to deal with this, we need to cut some corners. And we get something like this, where you have a diamond. And now when your walls are beveled, shadowcasting will match raycasting in being a consistent experience if you want to be able to see things and target them in unison. So now we've reached an efficient, a consistent, and not quite symmetric solution. And symmetry is pretty simple. You basically, I'll flip across these a few times. Shadowcasting out of the box isn't symmetric because it reveals tiles as long as you can see any part of them. The highlighted square, or diamond, I guess, you can see the very top of it. And because of that, the algorithm highlights the entire thing. It brings the whole thing into field of view. But really what you want is to only reveal tiles where you can see the center. And that makes a lot more sense when you see it like this, with dots in the center of tiles instead of seeing tiles as squares. So that's pretty much it in as fast as I can go. It's efficient, consistent, and symmetric, and it looks like this. Now, also, here's a bit of a detailed look under the hood. This is an interactive version alongside the code. Of course, it's not interactive here, but it is online if you like to play with it, if you learn better with an interactive media. Now, I promised a couple of uses for field of view besides vision, and this is really where the payoff comes. And the first one is in pathfinding. It's something that I'm working on now. On the left, you can see regular pathfinding with the A-star algorithm. This is something that many games use, and it results in paths that often take cardinal or intercardinal directions. You can see it goes south, and then southeast, and then south again. Whereas on the right, you go south, and then you take a diagonal straight to your target. Now, you can easily move from the left version to the right version. You can smooth out a path that takes unnecessary turns with something called a string pulling algorithm. But string pulling is an extra step, right? You have to take more time, more computational resources to get this effect, which is mainly aesthetic, honestly. And it turns out there's an optimization for A-star called jump point search. And this optimization, if you combine it with field of view, you get the straight lines from field of view, and you get the speed up from jump point search. So you end up with something on the left, which is left is that way? I'm not sure. Something that is faster than regular A-star and gives you straight paths right away. And the second use case for field of view besides vision is in procedural generation. So this is a cave kind of system where the walls and floors are kind of dappled in color. They range from white to brown. And the colors represent the openness. So at each tile, I run field of view and then count up how many tiles you can see and turn that into a color. So first of all, I made it because I think it looks cool. But then what could be useful about this is it's a gradual sort of, it's a gradual measure of openness in a more organic environment. So if you were in sort of classic rogue, rooms and corridors, and it's very obvious to you if you're in an open environment or in a closed environment. It's also obvious to the person making the game what they want to put, what parts of the level, depending on how big is the room. Maybe big rooms have more enemies, small rooms have less enemies. And in an open environment where openness gradually opens and closes, it can be a bit more tricky. So that's one area where field of view might be able to help. So those are my two ideas. I hope this has been helpful if you're someone who's looking into implementing field of view yourself, or field of view is one of the hammers in your toolkit and you're looking for some more nails. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really great. One idea that came up in chat was using the same type of algorithm, but using it to detect where you could hear things based on if they would be in audible range, which is a very cool idea. Yeah,
I think that's it's really like it's what I really enjoy about this is how a lot of these algorithms kind of blend together. That makes me think of how the pathfinding algorithm is. It's basically like a flood fill, but directed, and that's very much how hearing works too. You hear things better if they're closer to you, and more difficult if they're farther away. So yeah, I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you so much, and
thank you.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you so much to all of our speakers for speeding along in these lightning talks. We are going to roll along now to Dustin Freeman. Hello.
Hey there.
Ooh, I love the sparkly things behind you.
Is my screen visible yet?
It is not yet, and now it is.
Wonderful. Hi, I'm Dustin, and today I'm going to talk about procedurally generating technology trees. So a technology tree is used in games to give players options over progression by adding new abilities or enhancing existing ones. Typically, at a given time, you have a small set of options to choose from. The set of technologies to choose from depends on the previous choices you've made. This lets you specialize over time. So unlocking new technologies isn't instant, but typically you need to spend time plus some other resource researching that technology. Here we have a tech tree for the Protoss race in StarCraft 2. Skill trees for leveling up individual characters can act the same as tech trees. Here is destruction magic from Skyrim. This diagram is a little bit confusing because on the left one, it flows down. On the right one, it flows up. So before we go ahead, I need to explain some graph theory, which is a branch of mathematics to describe graphs, but in this case, we'll apply it to tech trees. So in this case, nodes are blue. These are positions in the graph. And in tech trees, these are the technologies themselves. Connections describe how technologies depend on previous technologies. These are the gray arrows in the graph. Sometimes these are called edges, or in machine learning, they're also called weights. A connection can describe the difficulty of researching a new technology based on the previous technologies you already know. The topology is the whole shape of nodes and connections. We could have two tech trees with the same nodes, but a different set of connections, and we'd say these have different topologies. We could also have two graphs with the same topology, but they may differ by the difficulty of researching each technology. And the difference would lie in the weights themselves, but they would have the same topology. So in real life, research doesn't exactly flow like this in a very nice way. Topology is not known in advance. Weights are totally unknown. Nodes are unknown. What possible technologies there are, we don't know. And technology can fail for surprising and unpredictable reasons. Hello, I am currently a research scientist at Facebook Reality Labs, and for the last 12 years, I've worked on researching new technologies. So I know a lot about this process. Generally, I've worked in the areas of spatial computing, gestural interaction, and embodied telepresence. And here are a few of the projects I've worked on. Currently, I work on what we call a neural interface. So I can't say much here, but I'll just briefly show some pictures that have already been in public. I work at a company that was formerly called Control Labs, and we take one particular approach. Academics and some startups take another approach, and there's a company called Neuralink, which takes a different approach. All these technologies have the same goal, which is to improve the mapping between what happens in our brain and what happens with a system. But we're going through a bunch of different alternate approaches, and we can't really predict what'll succeed or not, technologically or culturally. So let's go back to a long time ago. A very long time ago, I worked on the Microsoft Surface at Microsoft Research. You probably remember this as the big-ass touch table that was a parody video. This was actually a really wonderful interface. And while prototyping with it, I've had some of my most interesting multi-person experiences as we're playing a game or doing some other activity together around a table. Honestly, and it just didn't get picked up. It just didn't work for some reason, which is surprising. We keep using big-ass touch tables in science fiction. We know this would be cool, and there's no real technological barrier. It all works, so why didn't this happen? Let's go to another technology that exists, but no one seems to want. Airships are obviously awesome. Now, there was this one incident, but that was due to using hydrogen instead of helium or hot air. So this incident shouldn't have been a problem. So why don't we live in a world of airships? I honestly feel our current timeline is maybe only 1 or 2 steps away from a timeline where there is a world of airships. So I'm now going to, after the introduction, I'm now going to go to a bunch of prior work in video games with procedurally generated tech trees, and I'll go through them pretty fast. In Sword of Stars, a Space 4X game from 2006, there is a fixed topology, but at the beginning of the game, a roll occurs for whether each connection exists. This is independent for each player. So each player will have a different technology tree. In Limit Theory, which is one of those everything is procedural in space games, this was kickstarted in 2012 and canceled in 2018, unfortunately. So here there's a core set of technologies with a fixed topology. You spend research on a node, and after a while, that node will spawn child nodes with variations on the current node. So you end up constructing a topology of research technologies as you go. It's kind of like you're doing dog breeding or something like that. So that's kind of interesting, but who knows how it actually would feel in practice. In Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, there is something called a blind research mode, where the tech tree isn't visible. You can indicate a focus, which is one of discover, explore, conquer, or build. After some time, a random technology will be unlocked from that part of the tree. The hidden topology is itself fixed, so it doesn't change. In Stellaris, choosing a technology to research is like drawing from a deck of cards. When you're making a choice of what technology to research next, you choose from 3 randomly presented options. From the graph theory perspective, there's not technically a tree in the background. Instead, technologies are divided into tiers. And to be able to draw a tier 3 technology, you must have researched a certain number of tier 2 technologies, for example. So I can see that this structure that Stellaris presents makes it a little bit easier to cut down the number of choices you can make at any given moment. But to be honest, when I play Stellaris, I don't feel like I'm doing research. It's not that exciting to choose a technology. I mean, additionally, in the first release of Stellaris, different civilizations had different faster than light travel technology. So you might have a civilization that can do warp. You might have a civilization that can do wormholes or hyperlanes. However, this was removed for balance. It was hard to defend against all three types of travel at once. It's unfortunate that this trade-off has to be made. I think what I get excited about in terms of technology development is more the evocativeness of the universe it implies, not the balance choices I need to make. At least those are the games I'm interested in playing. Asura is a roguelike with a procedurally generated skill tree inspired by Indian mythology by a team out of Hyderabad, India. So I played around with this a bit while researching this talk, and it's actually quite slick. You should definitely check it out. For each game, the topology of the skill tree is freshly generated. There are around 80 skills, and in each game, only 16 are possible, spread out across 4 branches. As a player, you have both a lot of interesting trade-offs to think about, but each game is forced to be quite different thanks to the random number generator. In Civilization 6's August update, they added something called a tech and civics shuffle mode that randomizes the topology. Texts are still sorted into eras to make everything feel sensible, but this can lead to some really interesting universes. So here, astrology depends on animal husbandry. What does that imply? What have we learned about the stars from domesticated animals? Have horses that are able to go long distances enabled us to make important astronomical discoveries we couldn't otherwise? That's so interesting. Here's another tech tree from Civ 6 that I generated. And this is randomly generated. I just rolled the dice a couple times. So here, all technologies in the world depend at a certain point on bronze working. What does this imply about the universe? I kind of imagine that everything high tech has to be built out of bronze for some reason. So this is the question I'm into. What does the tech tree imply about the universe? So one thing I do know is that kitchen sink universes are boring. And a kitchen sink universe is something I'm describing where everything is possible. If you can dream up a power, it is possible to eventually spend enough time on research or meditating or working out to get that power. Comic book universes are particularly guilty of this, where everything seems to be possible. And we know in like the Dragon Ball Z universe, Goku can probably do something as long as he works out enough. So there's not really interesting choices. It's more about just quantity of effort. So to sum up all my thoughts, I built a procedural tech tree generator where each technology gets assigned an evocative description. So you can check it out here, and this link will appear again later. So let's talk about describing technology accurately. So a trivial technology could be invented by accident, like the wheel. A technology which requires a massive undertaking requires an actual project, like nuclear power. Some technologies are so big it requires work on a civilization scale. So fixing climate change is probably in this category. And some technologies may be in the category where it's possible, but it's barely functional. They sort of work, they sort of don't. So curing cancer might be in this category. We don't quite know. Some technologies never work. They're crapshoots. So we tried a few times to make telepathy happen. It's probably not going to happen. Fortunately, this seems pretty obvious, and we as a civilization don't worry about this too much. On the other hand, some technologies could be unclear, costly crapshoots. Nuclear fusion might be in this category. It's been 10 years away for maybe a half century at this point. It might never work, no matter how many resources we put into it. And finally, technologies may be possible, but once we have them, they may not really be desired by anyone. I think this is the most interesting category for me. So for example, the Ottoman Empire neglected to pick up the printing press for a few centuries after Europe did. This is for a variety of really unclear reasons. It's possible Arabic was too hard to print. It was deemed sacrilegious to print religious text, or the book copying guild was just too powerful. I've listened to a historian's talk about this recently, and we don't really know. So sometimes technologies are possible, we just don't do them for some reason. Hey, this is pretty similar to big-ass touch tables, or airships, or telepresence conferences, which seemed like an absurd idea a year ago. I feel like these kind of technologies are all in waiting for a surprise factor, cultural or otherwise, to make them real. So look at 2020, everywhere you need to go, you need to quarantine for 14 days. So traveling fast by plane doesn't really matter to anyone anymore. Is 2021 finally the year that airships could become a thing? I mean, you're going to need to wait several days after you travel anywhere anyway. Might as well go slowly in a seat of luxury. But let's look at some real examples for my tech tree generator. So here's one universe.
I'm your 1 minute warning, Dustin.
So here's one universe. in this universe, AI, not really desired by anyone. Bioengineering, it's an unclear crapshoot. We put a lot of money into it and we get nothing out of it. Bionics and cybernetics, though, totally trivial. Easy to modify our bodies and turn them into machines. Here's another universe. AI is trivial. Bionics and cybernetics, obvious crapshoot. We don't spend any time on it. Bioengineering, it barely works. So these are interesting, evocative, different universes that I think are more interesting than just a random topology tech tree. Here's another example about time travel, but I'm going to actually skip this one. So from this spot in my tech tree, which is about proc-gen tech trees, I see two interesting things ahead. First, mapping cross-domain discoveries. So sometimes we invest a lot of effort in a domain that is important to us, and there's a chance of discovering something in an alternate domain. So a game reviewer might call this unrealistic, but this happens in real life. So the microwave was a communication domain technology. Well, it was funded by communication domain technology research, and we ended up with the food processing technology out of it. Another thing I'd like to try describing is domain progression. So for example, in the history of computing, the media that we used for computing was wood, then metal gears, then gas and glass, like vacuum tubes, now sand, like transistors, and now it's qubits, although that might be a crapshoot, we're not sure. So thank you for attending my talk. Fortunately, in this universe, communication is trivial, so you can reach out to me here, and I'll see you around the telepresence conference space.
Thank you so much, Dustin. Wish we had time for even more. Fantastic talk. Hopefully you can follow up a bit more on it later. I would love to see that turn into a full talk next year. Let's be honest. Moving on, Andrew Clifton. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Yes, I'm Andrew Clifton, he, him. I teach computer science at a community college in SoCal, and I'm building a roguelike called A World Like This One, but you haven't heard of it. I was hoping to have like a website and stuff done in time for this, but it turns out, you might not know this, having a baby does not actually give you more free time. I mean, you want to talk about a hunger clock, geez. Anyway, so I'm here to tell you a little bit about a technique that I found useful in getting the sort of like randomness that is a part of most roguelikes a bit under control, so that things like testing and debugging become a little bit easier. If you want the like the 5-second summary up front, I'm going to suggest sort of two things here. One is that a lot of the places where you're currently like generating a random value, you could be hashing something and using the hash value instead. Value, hash. And then the second thing is that whether you choose to do that or not, the split mix 64 random number generator is a really good one to sort of have in your wheelhouse. It has some interesting features that are particularly useful in a roguelike context. Okay, so let's talk about generating versus hashing. So like most of us, when we start writing a roguelike, the first thing you probably start out by doing is you just use whatever your programming environment's random number generator is. So like in C++, that'd be like rand or something, and you sort of like call it all over the place. That doesn't really work for very long, so you start spinning up like individual RNG instances. So maybe you have like an RNG instance for monsters that they use for their AI, and then you have another instance for dungeon generation, and another one for combat damage. Let's say monster AI, dungeon gen, etc. If you were to sort of like carry this process on to an extreme, every time you needed a random number, you would spin up a new RNG instance seeded with some like information that uniquely identified that particular situation. You would generate one random number from it, and then you would throw it away. So you would only use each instance once there. My fingers are faster than my mind. But if you did that, you would effectively have invented a probably not great hash function. So to sort of summarize a hash function, the quick either review or whatever you want to think of it as, the sort of number one requirement that it has is, first of all, it's a pure function, meaning that the output depends only on the input. So this isn't anything that you can involve like sort of internal state. And then the other requirement is that the output over many inputs should appear to be random, should look like a uniform random distribution. Oops. The only thing I'm going to assume about like a hash function that you might not like have in your programming environment is the ability to hash multiple objects together. So I'm going to assume that your hash function works something like this. You have, whatever, and then you can give it multiple parameters. I work in C++ there. If you only have like a hash function that takes one input, you can either take all of your parameters and sort of smash them together into a single big buffer and then hash that. Or there are ways to sort of like take multiple hash values and then combine them into a new hash value there. So anyway, how do we replace RNG with hashing? Well, all you really have to do is hash the information that identifies the situation that you need a number in, and then use the hash value as your random output there. So since the output of your hash function looks like a random number, you can use it anywhere that you could use another random number. The only thing you need to figure out is what do I need to hash in order to like get that particular random value. The inputs need to be enough to uniquely identify this particular situation of like, I'm generating a monster on dungeon level, whatever, but typically you don't want to put more information into it and make it sort of like too specific. So for example, let's say that we're trying to decide whether or not to generate a pile of gold at some particular location. So we know like the coordinates and we know our dungeon level. Let's call it L. If we just hash the coordinates, that's not enough. Because if you do that, what will happen is every dungeon level will have or not have a pile of gold at that particular location there. You probably at a minimum want to include the dungeon level in your sort of hash calculation. And unless you want every dungeon to be identical across all of your games, the final piece of information that you probably want to include is your overall game seed, the thing that sort of determines what this particular game looks like. The only reason why you wouldn't include that would be if you wanted some elements to be identical across all possible games there. So you'd end up with something that looks like this. Has gold pile equals. So we would hash together the coordinates, the dungeon level, and the game seed. And then the output of that, I can use like any other random number here. So let's say we'll take it from 0 to 99, and then we'll say there's a 10% chance of generating a gold pile there. And aside, I am aware that whether you're using hashing or random numbers, using modulo is not the best way to reduce it to a particular range, and this will introduce a bias in the low end of it there. The thing is, I've never noticed that having any in-game effect. So my personal philosophy, at least regarding games, is if it's fun and wrong, then it's not fun. So I don't, then it's not wrong. So I don't particularly worry about like sort of like academic issues like that there. So that would be how you would sort of replace your RNG with a hash system here. But sometimes you need more than one random value there. You need, like, if you're generating an object in a particular location, you need to know not only is there an object there, but also like, what kind of object and its attributes and stuff there. And that's where split mix 64 comes in. So split mix 64 is a streamable RNG that looks like this. See if I can go over its implementation real quick here. So this value gamma here is the stream ID. So like PCG and some other RNGs, it has a notion of different random streams here, and of course it has an internal state. The state, when you ask for a new random number, is just added with the gamma value there. So this is all that it takes to sort of update the internal state, which isn't very random. So all of the randomness comes up from this mixing function or finalizer here. The gamma, you can pick different values and you get different streams. Not all values work equally well, but I'll post a link to the paper that tells you how to pick good streams.
1 minute warning.
These values here are sort of like specially selected, so you do have to sort of pick those carefully. And again, I'll post a link to a source for other ones there. One important thing to note is that because we are just adding to the state, that means that we can advance the state easily here. So for example, let's say we want to skip forward by I states. Well, all you have to do is just do state plus I times gamma. This works even if I is negative, so you can go back in time with split mix 64. You can sort of reverse the course of the RNG generation, which opens up the possibility of generating random numbers in a more hash kind of way without any state here. So I can build a version that works like this. So here, this has no state at all. You just give it the seed, the index into the random stream, and the stream ID, and it generates the value at that particular location. So you can use this sort of form of split mix64 in combined with hashing for a completely stateless random number generation system there. You just pull in random numbers at different indexes for whatever you particularly need to know there. So it's a kind of interesting approach. I'm curious to sort of like experiment more with like how far can I carry this idea of randomness without state. But thanks a lot for your time, everybody. Stay safe out there and wear your masks.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Andrew. Definitely lots to talk in the chat. Sounds like plenty of people would like to learn more about it. So hopefully people can track you down, ask some more questions, find you on Twitter, something like that. All right. And last but not least is Mark Gritter. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. I'm going to be talking about procedurally generating economies with graph grammars and math. I like both. I like all of those. My introduction to roguelikes was NetHack on a PC, and one of the things I really loved was the shopkeepers. I played a lot of Elite 2 on my Commodore 64, which has trade as its focus and still does have that as a major component in its current version. I played a game called RPG Maker called Stuart Smith's Adventure Construction Set. I spent so much time building shops, I usually didn't finish building the adventures. Dwarf Fortress, of course, has trade too. But I have a lot of questions about what's going on here. Who buys all that junk you sell to shops and why? What does the merchant do with all the stone tableware your fortress sells them? And how the heck does an entire planet end up as agricultural? And fundamentally, most of all, does trade and the broader economy make a difference in a game world, or is it just decoration? So I'm going to talk about my experience with a project called Emojiconomy. It builds toy economies through these 4 steps. Build a graph that represents a flow of items. Apply a utility function that has a decreasing marginal utility and sets the choices represented in that graph to maximize that utility, to maximize happiness. We create different regions, each with a copy of that graph, slightly altered to break or maybe specialize each region. And we find trade routes between regions that exchange goods and bring the utility back up. So here's an example of the sort of graph I'm talking about, not the one Lisa Simpson has made. You already got an example earlier. It has circles called nodes and arrows called edges, and each can have some label attached. Each node represents either a good, like the melon and lemon at the top, or a process that transforms the goods, like the alembic and the axe here. From an initial set of natural goods like plants, the economy produces a variety of other consumables, like pie at the bottom here. So in my prototype, I had just 2 types of transformations of goods. Factories that put 2 units together to create a single new unit, or processing plants that split a single unit into its component parts. So the sink of the graph represents consumption of goods by the population. We want as many goods as possible to be used. And in a graph like this, a good could have more than one possible use. We could eat a plant directly, like this right-hand edge, or we could process it into beer. And this gives us some play in the economy. We have to make decisions rather than just everything flowing through the graph. In emoji economy, these graphs are produced with a graph grammar. And a graph grammar is a set of production rules that matches some set of labeled nodes and edges within a graph and makes an alteration. For example, on the left-hand side, I've illustrated a rule that takes a source and sink node and constructs a new plant in between them. So a new plant is grown and it's eaten directly. The right-hand side shows this being applied to an existing graph that already has some flow. So Joris Dormans has used graph grammars to great effect in Unexplored, and the strength of a graph grammar is that it makes it easy to preserve structural invariance. So in a dungeon, the graph grammar knows not to move the key behind the door it opens. In emoji economy, we can ensure that inputs or outputs remain hooked up so that there aren't any consumable items just hanging out being unused. Here's an example of a moderately complex rule from emoji economy. It says if there's some good that's used by a factory, and we have a token that allows us to use another plant product, then we create a new process which produces the same good as well as another byproduct not hooked up to anything. So another rule could use that, or maybe convert it into a garbage type with negative utility. But this provides two ways of feeding that factory. So let's switch to talking about what's an economy look like besides a graph. So economists are and game theorists are fond of utility, which is circularly defined as whatever people attempt to maximize. So we can think of it as happiness. And virtually any real good has diminishing marginal utility, which just means that the n+1th of it is not worth as much to you as the n. If you have 999 lemons, then the 1000th lemon really doesn't doesn't help you a lot. So I modeled this as a sigmoid function which asymptotically reaches some limit. So what have we got? We've got a set of choices about what to do with goods. In the simple graph here, we've got apples, which we could eat directly or make into juice or use for apple butter. The constraint is our choices have to add up to 100%. We can't magically get more juice than we have apples. And we've got a constraint we want to maximize under those, a function we want to maximize under those constraints. But our objective that we saw on the previous slide is nonlinear, and so the effect of our choices. So we can't use an easy algorithm like linear programming. This is actually a tough problem. The solution I picked is a standard method called gradient descent. I won't go into all this. A lot of the math looks abstruse, but it's really actually a very simple idea. Just move in the direction that makes things better. And if you end up making things worse, take smaller steps next time. Don't sort of roll that back and don't do it. One problem I should mention is that we might, in following this best path, make the choices add up more than 100%. And the solution is just pull them back to the nearest point that does match the constraint. And there's a very cool and simple algorithm that does this, which is surprisingly was only invented in 2011. It was kind of far along our tech tree for some reason. But really, there's a good point here, which real economies are not perfect, and your simulated economy doesn't have to either. I think it's actually cool if players notice that a suboptimal choice has been made, if they have the power to do something. So now that everything's working mostly like it should, we can start breaking the economy. Our perfect economy might fail in different ways. Maybe some regions can't grow apples, maybe it lacks the infrastructure to make apple juice. And some of these differences, most of these differences, I think, can be simulated by removing parts of the original graph. That's what I did in emoji economy. This usually lowers the utility because there are not as many goods or not as many choices in each region. So trade can repair some of the damage. The partially broken economies give some motivation to move goods back and forth. The simple Econ 101 version looks like this. A can make juice but not butter. B can make apple butter but not apple juice. If they trade equal amounts, both are better off. But there are two problems, one theoretical and one practical. So the theoretical problem is, how do two negotiators come to an agreement? Maybe A demands more than its fair share. Should B give in just because there's some benefits better than none? Economists developed several models, all of which disagree. And the bad news is that when we study real humans, they don't behave in a way consistent with any of them. So who knows? And practically, this is a hard problem to identify all the good opportunities for trade. Is there any efficient way of doing so? So here's an algorithm I came up with that produces results that I think are okay. We just proceed in rounds. One region becomes the seller and says, hey, I have 100 limes. What have you got? Each other region makes an honest bid for the maximum they'll pay for those limes. Maybe 5 video games, or 16 slime molds, or 200 yarn. And the seller reruns his model and says, okay, if I subtract my limes and add in the yarn, what does my utility look like? They pick the bid that maximizes their utility, or they just reject them all if the gain is too small. So this produces, I think, realistic looking trades, but it's lots and lots of optimizations runs. It's way too slow. The alternative is to pick trades randomly, use them if they're positive, and this is fast but produces sort of weird results. So here's an example. We've got sort of on the left-hand side, we've got an optimally balanced economy that's perfect. On the right-hand side, we took 9 different regions and broke them all and ran this algorithm. And I like that we got a nice dense network of trade with things that are traded that make sense, but there's still a lot of variety going on.
I'm your 1-minute timer.
All right. All the trades are bidirectional. There's no triangle trades, although they occur in real life. So there's a lot of room to do better. I also ignored any cost of moving goods or geographic considerations. I think those could be added in and make interesting modifications to what you get as the output. So this code is available on GitHub under mgritter emoji economy. If you have any trouble, please let me know. My documentation's very poor. I based this on my own graph grammar implementation called Sophic as an homage to Tracery, which has mainly failed in its design goals. So I'm looking forward to rewriting it, but I'll be giving a talk on it next Saturday as part of Minibar, my local unconference. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We'll try and make sure those links get shared out. Excellent talk. All right. Wow. Lightning talks. Really, really fantastic. Really, really fast. And now you barely have time to catch your breath, because next up, we have Darren Gray, host of Roguelike Radio, community busybody, developer of many small roguelikes, including Broken Bottle, Firetail, The Trapped Heart, and Time to Die, and he has a baby with him.
Hello, yes, I've got a little rogue with me, just in case I need help during my talk with extra vomit. Might happen.
All right. Take it away.
So, yes, those are some great talks, weren't they? Right. What is a roguelike is what I want to talk about. Not the age-old argument of what is a roguelike, no, but what is a roguelike? The word rogue has lots of associations. We, of course, associate it with our fantastic genre, but it has more associations than that. And importantly, what do those associations mean for our genre? How like rogues do we want our roguelikes to be like? Something like that. So, for example, rogues are not rouge. Okay, so a rogue will not typically stop to ensure that they are looking fantastic before they kick someone in the nuts, right? So, and in this way, we see this reflected in the genre because the ASCII aesthetic that is dominant in the early stage of the genre is not particularly rouge. You can pretty it up a little bit like Brogue, but ultimately the utilitarianism of the gameplay is more important than the looks. So in this way, roguelikes are like rogues and not rouge. Okay? Hopefully you vaguely understand that. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about etymology and definitions of the word rogue itself, looking at the place that rogues have in our culture and some of the different connotations of that. Then looking at the game Rogue itself and how it adopts some of those connotations and cultural elements. And then going on to how that affects our design, in particular something I call the hero trap, and how we can design our roguelikes for rogues, how we can embed the very idealism of rogueness into our roguelikes. Right, so let's get started. Firstly, a wall of text. the definition of the word rogue. So there's two main definitions. The first one is a dishonest or unprincipled man. Well, that's straight away sexist, so I don't agree with that. And with a subtext of a person whose behavior one disapproves of, but is nonetheless likable or attractive. Okay, that sounds better. So we've got this idea that's like a villain, a reprobate, a rascal, and yet also, impish, scampish, is sort of a mischief maker. So we have these ideas embedded within the rogue that is wrong, but we sort of like it too. The second major definition is an elephant or other large wild animal living apart from that. What on earth does this mean? Wow. This comes from the idea of a rogue elephant, and we'll get into the history of that in just a second. But it's something that is aberrant, it's unpredictable, separate from the rest. Okay, so a rogue is somehow different from the norm, not part of the herd, not part of the crowd. And we'll look a little bit more like that, a little bit more at that as we go on. Right, that's the modern definition. It's important to look at the history of this. So it comes from the 1950s, from an idle vagrant, more wall of text here. Perhaps a shortened form of roguer, thieves' slang for a begging vagabond who pretends to be a poor scholar from Oxford or Cambridge. I didn't expect the history of the word rogue to come from Oxford graduates or pretend Oxford graduates. But it's coming potentially from the Latin rogare, to ask. Another theory traces it back to the Celtic rog, meaning haughty. But it seems to be mostly this first one with its associations with vagabonds. So straight away we've got outcasts who are doing something slightly wrong, and yet somehow we end up kind of pitying them or rooting for them in some way. From the 1590s, it evolved into something playful or affectionate as one who is mischievous. Okay, so there came to be this affection for the idea of a rogue. And then in the 1800s, it came to mean a large beast, a wild beast living apart from the herd, originally of elephants. So the idea of rogue elephants comes from the 1850s originally, but the idea is that you've got a single elephant behaving in a rogue manner. And we see the connotations of that word actually in a lot of the ways we apply rogue these days. And then from the 60s onwards, something uncontrolled or undisciplined. Ooh, I like that, lacking discipline. And we've also have this idea of the rogues gallery, and this goes back again to the 17th or 18th century, or is it 19th? I actually can't tell what that is saying. But the idea is that you have a rogues gallery, which is a police collection of mugshots. So you've got a lineup of these are the different rogues, which is the rogue that you particularly like. Yeah, so those are some of the ideas of what makes up the word rogue. And importantly, we can think about how that affects how the rogues in our games are presented, in what way our main characters or the whole theme of the game is somehow representing this core concept of a rogue. But those are literal definitions. Words can have a little bit more meaning than their literal definitions. They've got all sorts of cultural connotations. So I want to investigate a few of the ideas of rogues in culture. Now, we have the idea, for instance, of the Grey Mouser, who was a big inspiration for Dungeons and Dragons. A roguish hero who gets into various different types of troubles and uses various tricks to get out of them. We have the idea of rogue AI. So this is a term that comes from that kind of idea of a rogue elephant, but we see in System Shock, in HAL 9000, and all these different ideas of an AI that has somehow gone rogue, meaning it's not obeying us anymore. It's doing its own thing, and that is a threat. You also have charismatic creatures like the Joker, who's a heavily loved villain in the Batman universe. And importantly, he's a villain who uses tricks, uses chicanery, uses intelligence to get around the much more brawny and resourced Batman. So we have this idea of the rogue here being somewhat of an underdog and being someone who, although he's a villain, we quite like him. North Korea is a rogue state. And it's important to think about the connotations of that. Again, there's that idea of it being separate from the herd, not part of the pack, but also there's a threat there, right? There's a sense of, although it may not be the most powerful nation on earth, its chaotic way of behaving is a threat to us all. Rogue in X-Men is an interesting character because her special powers are different from all the other types of special powers in the comic. she has a special power whereby if she touches someone, she gains their power, right? So it's a kind of meta power in a way, and that makes her very different. And this also has a physical effect on her in that she can't touch people, which makes her physically distanced as well as sort of conceptually distant from the other people. So again, there's that idea of isolation and separatism inherent in that idea of the character Rogue. And Sarah Palin had an autobiography called Going Rogue. I must admit, I haven't read it. I haven't done all my research for this presentation. But I imagine what she's doing is channeling the idea of separatism and uniqueness and being uniquely driven or having a voice which is different from the rest of the pack. And it speaks certainly to certain right-wing ideals in America, especially kind of cultural ideals that you'll find among certain right-wing circles. But it also speaks to a stronger kind of American ideal, the idea of the Wild West, the cowboy, the Clint Eastwood, the American exceptionalism, American individualism, which so affects American culture and American foreign policy and all sorts of different things. So we see all these ideas embedded into what a rogue is. And of course, the one cultural pillar of rogueness that I haven't discussed is Dungeons and Dragons. And that is really the primary inspiration behind the game Rogue itself, as well as a lot of our ideas about rogues in games. Okay, now the original Dungeons and Dragons, it should be noted, did not have a rogue character. It was added as a sort of an add-on, a DLC, as it were. In those days, you got DLCs by buying pieces of paper at a conference. So the thief class, when originally added, was a class that had lower number of hit points than a normal character, that could backstab, could engage in stealth, could detect traps, could make use of magical items in ways that normal characters couldn't as well by reading scrolls which were normally set for wizards. So there's all sorts of different ways in which it was set apart. Yet also there was this inherent idea that it was weaker, okay, and it had to rely on tricks, on intelligence, potentially on charisma, and that evolved into a whole rogue class, which includes things like bards and other types of player character, which all split off into different splinters of this idea of what a rogue means. So, going to the game Rogue, 40 years old this year. I think that's a really important thing to celebrate. Rogue, should be noted, it's called Rogue. That maybe seems obvious, but it could easily have been called something else, right? And we could easily be talking about a completely different genre name right now if it had been called something else. Disappointingly, when Glenn Wickman was asked on our podcast why it was called Rogue, his answer was because the word is short, so it's quick to type into Unix terminals. That's quite a disappointing answer. Glenn, you got to do better than that. Come on, invent some sort of mythology around it. It came to you in a dream or something, But okay, so that's his literal reason for it. I don't believe him though, because as I've been talking, rogues are part of our culture. We don't use these words lightly, okay? He could have called the game Hero, and that would have been less characters. So I think there was some subconscious thing about the cultural implications of the word rogue that entered into their minds when they designed this game. Because it isn't just called Rogue, it has roguish elements to its game design, okay? So we've got a game where you start very weak, okay? You're not a strong character. You're not a big, muscly, heroic character. You're surrounded by unknowns. It's got the item identification system. It's got the line of sight system. It's got the procedural generation system, all of which add to this aspect of you're surrounded by unknown threats. It's got a pressure system. You would have heard Rosalind talk earlier about hunger systems and pressure systems in roguelikes. They come from Rogue, okay? It had a hunger system, a hunger clock, which meant that you were never safe, right? You couldn't just stand still and rest up whenever you liked. There was a continuous pressure, and quite a strong pressure in many versions of the game, to keep advancing. Otherwise, you will starve to death. And what an unheroic way to die, okay? What a roguish way to die. You might be clutching some powerful item, but you starve to death in the end. So there's an element of you can die quite pathetically in this game if you don't take it seriously. Threat, there's the idea of there's threat in the game, and it's an escalating threat. It keeps getting harder. But also opportunities for ingenuity. And this, to me, comes to the real heart of what a rogue is about. Because you have all these things making it not particularly easy for you, but you have your different items, your abilities, and opportunities, which, if used in clever ways, can get you out of the situation. So Rogue is wonderful for giving you lots of opportunities to find clever solutions to different problems. And you can think through them, and the problems are always new and exciting and invigorating, and you can feel really special and really roguish when you solve them. Now, I have noted in the there was a sort of a, what was it called, the preview event, that Rogue came with a few different covers, and there's some of them give different ideas of what the game is really about. I'm not going to go into as much detail, but do check out the preview event for more analysis of these two images and why the one on the left is so wrong for this game, whilst the one on the right gets a little bit more representative of what the gameplay is about. But importantly, I'm just showing this as a segue into the idea of the hero trap. So there is a concept that when a new player comes to play a roguelike, when they haven't really encountered the genre before, they fall into the hero trap. Prime example of this is from FTL, where there's an event called the Giant Alien Spiders event. And by default, you have two options, right? You're being told a station's been overrun by giant alien spiders. And the first option is send the crew to help. Giant alien spiders are no joke. The second option is no thanks, leave them alone. Experienced FTL players will know which is the correct option to choose in this instance. It is not the heroic option, okay? If you come from another game, like another standard RPG, where you just say yes to every quest, you by default choose the heroic option, you will die a lot in roguelikes, okay? And this particular event is an example of a hero trap, because people coming to roguelikes expecting to be the hero suddenly find that being a hero is not the way to survive. So I'll go into this in a lot more depth in a Roguelike Radio episode about quite specifically this topic. But I want to briefly touch on the fact that, we are talking about games that are about rogues and not about heroes. And it's important for us to be able to differentiate those ideas. So, heroes versus rogues. The hero typically has a noble cause, whilst the rogue in a lot of fiction will be involved for self-interest. They'll be wanting to win gold or rescue an amulet for their own personal gain. The hero often is a defender of the establishment, on a quest from the king or something like that. Whilst the rogue is a rebel, typically doing something that goes against some sort of evil empire. The hero might be inspired by destiny on a divine quest, whilst the rogue is often accidentally involved, if not involved just purely for their own self-gain. And we see this in roguelikes, of course. How on earth can you be the one true destiny person when you are number 1048 of players killed by just this month alone? So, the idea of a destiny, a divine quest, a heroic quest, doesn't gel well with a roguelike theme of game. Heroes have big swords, rogues small daggers. It's not the size that matters, it's what you do with it that counts. Heroes are brave, rogues are cautious, if not actively running away. Hero will try and intimidate an enemy, whilst the rogue will quite literally run away at the sign of overwhelming danger. A hero will engage in a duel, an honorable duel, whilst the hero will sneak up, or the rogue will sneak up and backstab. There's no room for honor in the rogue, especially if there's some advantage to be had in ignoring that. The hero might win by the power of love and friendship and all that sort of thing. The rogue will win by craftiness and intelligence and coming up with clever ways to get out of things. At the end of the quest, the hero will refuse the reward that's on offer, whilst the rogue will steal whatever valuables are not nailed down. And the hero might win the princess at the end of the quest, whilst the rogue typically is associated with seducing the princess. So those are some ideas of how heroes and rogues are different. But But let's dive in a little bit more depth about designing for the very idea of a rogue. So not just in comparison with heroes, but things that are intrinsic to rogues. So firstly, the main thing to consider is your theme, right? If you're making a roguelike game and your theme is a big muscly warrior, all your artwork and all your names are emphasizing the idea of a heroic character, then you're probably not presenting well the idea that this is a roguelike. You're not setting up the player very well to anticipate the type of gameplay they're going to encounter. Whereas instead, if your theme emphasizes the threat, emphasizes the challenge, emphasizes the danger, then that better incorporates the idea that it is a rogue they're playing. But also, the theme should consider the rogue as a sort of tricky individual, where intelligence is the way to get through. So, just in terms of the way your main character is presented, the way in which, if there is a story, how it enforces how that character got involved. There's lots of different ways you can layer on the theme the idea that it's a rogue you're playing, and that we can, and that the player should be expecting to play in a roguish fashion, right? Importantly, a lot of that upfront really reinforces the idea of how the player should be approaching your game. You'll have seen the talk earlier by Andrew Aversa on permadeath and all the different reviews of like, oh, how the permadeath is so terrible and stuff. A lot of that is so much down to the framing. If people don't understand the style of game it is or what's expected of them in playing it, then they will approach it like a standard RPG and not quite get the behavior they're supposed to do. Especially when you consider, a lot of the trappings that we have in roguelikes, a lot of the game mechanics we have about like detecting traps, for instance, or status effects, often they're just like little optional side extras in a standard RPG, whereas they end up becoming core required features for you to really take advantage of in a roguelike. So it's important to separate out your game in that way. Reinforcing running away is something that is difficult to do, but important. And in particular, there's the idea when you're playing a roguelike that you suddenly realize this is a bad situation, all right? And you have to get away. So, I mean, firstly, a game needs to give the player escape options. Running away is a core part of being a rogue. The idea of regrouping or even just avoiding that fight. You don't need to kill that thing to progress. You can run away to the stairs, go down to the next level. Hopefully that you can get around it in future as well. So you can have monsters that are literally impossible to kill, for instance. You have to run away, and that teaches the player there's no getting around this. If you keep trying to attack this thing, you will just keep dying. But giving escape option, giving a way of getting away easily, and inserting the right warnings in the game. So inserting the right mental breaks. So you stop going from the heroic charge mental attitude to the, oh dear, I need to reevaluate my options here mental state. Some games do this with warning signs, flashing flashing the screen red, things like that. There's various ways to reinforce you're in danger, rethink what you're doing. Signaling threats, so making sure that your game isn't just full of lots of creatures that look all cuddly, but are actually quite terrifying. So even down to the dungeon design, there's various games where you enter a really difficult level and you'll get a special threat message, or the walls will be a different color. And that the enemies, an enemy boss is a special color or is especially highlighted in some way, ensuring that the player has the option of knowing these are the real things I need to care about. Hard choices. So making sure that the player doesn't always just have press X to win. Okay, so things like inventory limits force them to assess the value of different items that they have to carry, or lots of other things where you have to make a choice between X and Y, and it's really not an easy choice. Okay, so never make it so that upgrading your sword is always really obvious. That one's +1, this one's +2. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a hard choice of whether to continue this talk right now. Here we go. I'm going to give her a little potion. There we go. All fine. Opportunities to feel clever is the really important thing. So making sure that there are the different items, the different systems in there for the player to be able to combine in an interesting way, so that they're not just doing an obvious thing all the time. they can find interesting ways out of what looked like on the surface impossible or very difficult scenarios. So making sure those options are there and making sure those options are clear. Okay. Sometimes I think some of the bigger games fill the game with so much junk that you forget what's important or what's clever. So making sure that you can signal that to the player is very important. And lastly, making the player different from the enemies. There's this old notion that a player is a monster in roguelike design. And that's more about how the player is integrated into the environment. So like if a bomb goes off, it affects you just in the same way it affects the enemy. But I think it's quite important in the mechanics that your player functions in a different way from the other entities in the game to signal that idea of separatism, being different from the herd. So an example of all these different things is a screenshot there of a game I made once called Toby the Trapper. It was a little 7-day roguelike I made. In this, you play a gnome facing an army of goblins. Facing an army of ogres. Okay, you cannot attack the ogres directly, and they can kill you in one hit. So this thematically is showing that you're facing powerful things, and the idea of running away is intrinsic to the game because you cannot attack them head on. The game, you can only harm enemies by laying traps, right? That's the only thing you can do. But there's various different clever traps that you can chain together in interesting ways to hit them in interesting effects. And you have double the movement speed of every enemy. So you are always able to run away. So you can be in a position where you're always feeling threatened. You're surrounded by monsters, yet you know if you move cleverly or you lay your traps cleverly, there's ways of getting around them. And helping you feel just a little bit more like a rogue. So these are some ideas. There's lots of other ideas out there. I think we should think more about the word rogue and what it really means to us and how we make our players feel like rogues or potentially feel like Sarah Palin. Thank you. Very happy to take any questions, and I'll probably hang around at the @ statue at the next break.
What a way to end it, and fantastic baby charming there. There was a lot of discussion about babies being ideal rogues for multiple reasons. And let's take a look at questions. I'm trying to decide if all of these are based on this one or if we cleared the ones before. There is one point from Dustin Freeman that there's something wonderful about being accused of being a rogue with someone with a British accent. Could you do that?
I'm Irish, so
yeah.
Screw you. Sorry.
That's a good answer.
No, I have lived in England for quite a long time, so I do have a British accent, yes.
There is a question of, well, I don't think these got cleared is why I'm trying to figure out. Everyone, add questions for Darren here. I think we've got questions from the lightning talks still, unless you want to talk about local minima and maxima, Darren.
I'm not qualified for that. No, those lightning talks were amazing, though.
Yes. There was one point, if giant alien spiders were a joke, what joke would they be?
I mean, the joke there is that they're a trap, right? That the joke is, in fact, that the heroic option is giant alien spiders are no joke. And the truth is they aren't a joke. So it should be, I'm going away because giant alien spiders are no joke. So it's quite cleverly written in a way. Yeah.
Here's a question for you. What are some good implementations of the feeling of being a rogue? A game that you feel is most rogue-like.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue is very good at it because it's got lots of opportunities for being powerful without feeling powerful. So various of its items let you manipulate, the way monsters move or different things like that, which you can end up making a monster walk into lava, for instance, and that makes you feel clever. You can set a field on fire and then run away, or set a caustic gas trap off. So you're manipulating things that are essentially sort of external power sources to yourself, whilst you yourself remain quite weak.
That makes a lot of sense. I like that. Here's another question. What would you think would be the implication if roguelikes were called something like dungeon crawlers or such, if the original game wasn't called Rogue? What would that alternate history perhaps look like?
Probably just the same, to be honest. I mean, let's face it, a lot of the big roguelikes don't think too much about this. They implement some of the the rogue mechanics quite blindly. So the hunger clock got discussed before. You look at NetHack and ADOM, and you think, why did they bother including hunger apart from the fact that rogue had it? So I think some games quite cleverly approach it, but some games just are dungeon crawlers.
We actually have a hot tip. Slashy says that he just got a message from Glenn that says there was the aspect that you were a rogue in the sense of being on your own and not part of a team, since it was a single-player game.
Okay. Well, he didn't say that in our interview. But I'm glad to hear that, because I do think that has actually a big effect on roguelikes. And there was a talk earlier about squad-based games. And a key thing in Rogue is that you can move quite quickly whenever you want to, and then when things get hairy, you can stop and really take your time and think and make sure you're making the right action. And in the squad-based game, you don't really get to do that in quite the same way.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. There's also a good point here from Fentos of, isn't there something inherently un-rogue-like about pacifism? Which brings up an interesting question in terms of at least conducts to me.
Well, if everyone else is a killer and you're not, then that's pretty rogue.
I guess that's true. Being
if you're finding really clever
contrarian
ways to sort of disable things and tricking things into not attacking, then that's pretty roguey, I think.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, especially at a relatively late hour and with the baby adventure that thankfully was satisfied by a potion. Thanks for dropping by.
Very much. Cheers. Bye.
All right, and next up, we are going to be joined by a wonderful speaker from last year, Andrea Roberts. Andrea is the co-founder of Wonderbelly Games, a tiny indie studio that just released their critically acclaimed debut, a bouncy physics-based roguelike called Round Guard, which we got to play last year. Super good. If you haven't played it, try Round Guard out. Before that, she spent a decade in narrative, UX, and game design at Microsoft. She splits her time between making games and raising her 4-year-old, and on any given afternoon, Andrea may be a princess, a triceratops, or a triceratops princess. We have a video here, so take it away.
Hi, I'm Andrea Roberts from Wonderbelly Games, and I'm going to talk about my experience designing a roguelike for people who've never played a roguelike. So earlier this year, we shipped Round Guard. Round Guard is a bouncy dungeon crawler with pinball physics where you shoot your hero into a dungeon to kill monsters, collect loot, survive against the constant threat of permadeath, trying to make it to the bottom of a big procedurally generated dungeon. In other words, Round Guard is a roguelike plus Peggle. So when we started making the game, we knew we need to make Round Guard work for people new to roguelikes. Part of that was, we had this foundation, this inspiration from Peggle. Peggle's it's a casual game with a very broad audience, and we wanted those people to find the game and feel welcome in it. We knew that a lot of them may not be comfortable with roguelikes. Also, when we started making the game, we started on PC, but we ended up also expanding and bringing it out to consoles and to mobile as well with Apple Arcade. And we know that there are audiences there that are less comfortable with roguelike fundamentals than the PC audience. But on top of that, I got a very personal reason, and that was before we started working on Round Guard, about a year before, I had become a new mom, and my experience with gaming really changed at that point. I really love these big epic RPGs. I played a ton of strategy simulation games. And I was having a really hard time finding the time to do that anymore. And that's when I found roguelikes. I wasn't really familiar with the genre before, but I learned that I could get that real strategic depth I was looking for in these very short play sessions. I could sit down, I could play for 30, 45 minutes, die, and then stop. And if it took me another week or so before I found the time again to get a play session in, I wasn't coming in the middle of a big epic storyline or inventory management mess I had to remember. I was starting fresh. And I really love that feeling, and I wanted to bring that to more people. So I knew my goal was to make a roguelike that captures the heart of the genre while making it accessible to folks who don't play roguelikes, which really begs the question, what is the heart of the genre? So obviously there's, procedural generation, and there's permadeath, and there's that intense challenge. I see all of that as serving this big goal of learning, real, true, deep learning, where players are discovering for themselves the underlying rules of the games, that they are practicing and failing in the face of permadeath, because failure is an important part of learning. But they're continuing to hone their mastery and understanding of these systems so that they can improvise in the face of whatever the generator throws at them. So while like my initial assumptions about what I might want to do to make a roguelike more accessible to a broader audience might have been like just make the game easier, or give them more tutorials to just get them through the game. I looking at it as this heart of learning, I knew I really needed to protect that part of the experience. So that reframed my goal a bit to say like, okay, I'm trying to encourage learning, and more than anything, I'm also trying not to interfere with learning. I don't want to interrupt the player and give them the answer when they're about to figure it out. I want to have faith in people that they can learn. I want to give them space to experiment. And I don't want to give them a false sense of progress with some kind of grind to win mechanics. I want them to come away at the end of the experience feeling like they beat the game because of the learning that they made themselves. Okay, so what did we do to make Ground Guard more accessible to people who weren't used to roguelikes? So we tried to identify those assumptions that came along with the genre, the things that maybe these players weren't comfortable with and didn't know to expect. We thought about how we were pacing the complexity for them as they were getting into the game. We wanted to keep the tone welcoming and encouraging throughout, and we gave the player choices for how to tune the experience and that challenge level for themselves. Okay, so first up, identifying genre assumptions. So by this, I mean that the sorts of things that you say, like everybody knows this coming into a roguelike. Because roguelikes are about learning, so much of that difficulty is in what you already have, your understanding in your head. And so as players come in who are really comfortable with roguelikes, they already have a lot of things that they know to expect. That means that for players who are new to the game is going to be harder for them because there are all these things that they haven't already learned by playing other roguelikes. So I wanted to be really cognizant of that. So what were some of the assumptions that we started with? Well, players and enemies trade damage when they come into collision, when they're in range. There's some, complications to that behavior, but that's the basics. And of course, health management over time is really important. You're taking damage from all these enemies. We're never healing you up at the end of a turn, at the end of a board. So you need to be paying attention to your health bar and the health opportunities on the board, making sure you're balancing that with all of your actions. So we thought that these were pretty basic things to learn, and we thought that, it's something that we can just drop people in the system and they'll figure it out quickly. But it turned out that was an assumption. And as we started to, with our first player tests, we had a early procedural demo, and we let people get right in, and we were seeing challenges with these basic concepts. And when you think about it, it's not really that surprising. There are lots of games out there where the player is actually avoiding most of the damage that's coming from enemies. Long-form health management isn't important in a lot of games. In a lot of games, you are healed up after every encounter or at major points. And so it's not something that everybody's used to thinking about. So we made a slight tweak to our demo. Here's a screenshot from one of our earliest prototypes. And so we still dropped you right in at the beginning. We let you play a couple of shots. And then we introduced this tutorial character, the bookkeeper. So she pops in and she says, hey, I don't know if you've noticed, but when you hit a monster, they hit you back. So, you're going to need to make sure that you heal up with some of those red health potions over there. And that helped bring some more folks on board. And they were able to get past this initial step. But there were still some people who were struggling. And there's a lot going on when you drop somebody right into a roguelike. Right now, there's, I've got my hero, I've got skills that I need to learn. There are these different monster types because the game was, the demo experience was procedural. Like, depending on when you're playing, new monster types would come in with different status effects that they were introducing to you, all kinds of different complications. And it was overwhelming for a lot of people, and they weren't able to really process this information. So I needed to recognize that for some people, like, these were real fundamentals they needed to learn before they could get past the basics of the game, and they needed complete focus to be able to understand that. So finally, we made a very, step-by-step tutorial. It's short, right at the beginning of the game, where we really walk you through, hey, enemies have attack. When you hit them, they hit you back. You're going to take damage, so make sure to heal up with health potions. And once we saw people get through this quick tutorial, we saw everybody now finally get those basic concepts. They didn't need them repeated again, and they were able to move forward into the game and really get into the deeper systems. Now, after this quick tutorial, or at the end of the quick tutorial, there's also a little introduction to skills. So we teach you one skill from each of your classes, and we tell you skills are really important. And then we drop you into the system and let you play around with it. It turns out in Round Guard, skills are really important. They're really the most important way for you to deal with that health damage trade-off. And for a lot of players, that little skill tutorial right up front was great. Playing with skills is a lot of fun. They got into it and they never needed any help. But we still saw a few people struggling with that concept. And so built into the system, there's a little safety net. We're watching you. And if you go for a couple of boards and you're not using your skills, then that little tutorial character, she pops up again and she says, hey, remember skills. They're super important, and they are the difference between life and death in this game. So in looking at these genre assumptions, I was looking for things that new players needed to understand so that they could enjoy they could be at the same base level as everybody else and enjoy the rest of the system. At first, I was worried that I was spoiling a learning opportunity for them, but then I realized, for everybody else who's coming in with the expectations from other roguelikes, they already know these concepts. This isn't the fun part of the game. The fun part is getting to see the rest of the systems and how they unfold. So really what I was trying to do in this tutorial is lift those new players up to that same base level so they could get to the rest of the game. And then, drop them into the game system, but keep an eye on them. And, for those players who are still struggling, we built in a couple of safety nets to help pull them along. Key to all of this is testing your assumptions, right? Because we wouldn't have seen all of this if we didn't get in front of a bunch of people who weren't comfortable with roguelikes. Okay, so now we have the fundamentals down, and now players need to learn about status effects and equipment combos and enemy behaviors and all of that. And this possibility space is super exciting, but it can be very overwhelming. And, like I was talking about, like, that overwhelm can be a turnoff for some players. They can miss important concepts and all of that overload. So we really need to think about how we wanted to balance rolling out that complexity throughout the experience. So like most games, we did the natural choice of, the deeper you go into the dungeon, the more you will encounter more complicated enemies, more complicated status effects, and those sorts of things. But because of the structure of a roguelike, we knew you're going to see the beginning part most. You're going to die, you're going to repeat, and you're going to keep going over that first territory. And I want to make sure that that intro territory continues to stay fresh and interesting for more experienced players, but for the new players coming in, isn't completely overwhelming them. So to solve this challenge, we ended up holding on to some of these complications in our system and unlocking them as we saw players proving that they understood more of the game and they were ready for more. So in our case, that was as players got deeper into the dungeon and proved they were able to survive. For example, when you make it halfway through Act 1, you unlock the Scarab, which is key to our whole scoring system. Scarab now appears on every board, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Once you beat the Act 1 boss, you unlock unstable potions. Unstable potions can now appear on any board. As you beat the Act 2 boss, you unlock chaos rooms. That changes how the procedural generator builds out the map. And once you beat the final game, then you start to unlock relics, which lets you actually change the fundamental rules of the game. So as you keep going farther and farther into the game, we keep pushing more experiences back into the generator to really grow and complicate the game. And we wanted to make sure as we were pushing new things into the generator that it wasn't just about making the game, it wasn't really about making the game harder. We didn't want to feel like you were being punished for making progress. But it was really more about recognizing like you have all the tools that we see you, and we want to give you more opportunities, more complicated experiences to express what you've learned. Okay, so rolling out complexity, we held back some of these complications. We checked in on players to see that they were proving that they had learned enough that they could handle more, and then we added more to the procedural generator. Okay, so throughout the game, we wanted to keep this very welcoming, encouraging tone. And there's lots of ways that we did that. We have this very cute and cheerful look to the game. We've got a diverse cast. We have a really broad sense of humor throughout. But one of the biggest challenges to this welcoming feeling is permadeath. For a lot of players who aren't comfortable with roguelikes, permadeath is a really scary word. But that feeling of failure, the need to practice and repeat over again, is a core part of the learning experience. So really it was about how do we make people feel like it's okay to fail? So one of the things that we did was in our narrative structure of the game. At a meta level, Round Guard all takes place in this sort of play, this theater framing. There's these curtains, there's a host who shows up, there's an audience who's watching you, they clap when you do well, they awe when you miss a shot or when you die. They never boo you, they're always on your side. And when you die, the host shows up with a very comforting message of like, hey, no worries, it was just a bad run. We'll get the stage reset and you can start over again. So we wanted this narrative framing to basically lower the stakes for you. This isn't, a life or death moment. This is just practice. It's just a bunch of people having fun in a theater. At that death moment, we also give you a little something. So it's not complete permadeath. You do have this opportunity to win a little token that you can take forward with you on your next run. And it's not really run changing, but it is a little something to give you, an idea of how you might strategize. And more than anything, it's just a sense of hope that the next run could go different. So we launched with these elements, and that went well, but we still heard some sensitivity to permadeath. More than anything, we were hearing these people saying like, I really hate the feeling of losing all of my progress. And the thing was, it's like, you haven't lost your progress. So we wanted to think about, how could we really celebrate what it is that you have done so far in the game? We did this UI overhaul where we really put up right front and center before you start every run, like here are all of those unlocks, like I talked about. Here are the relics that you've unlocked. Here's the relics you've mastered. Here's how far you've come in your progression on score. We wanted to remind players that there is so much that they have learned along the way, and we'll never take that away from them. So being welcoming is about telling players it's okay to fail. And to do that, we tried to lower the stakes narratively. We kept encouraging players to try again by giving them a little something. And we try to celebrate their accomplishments and remind them of how much they have accomplished. So finally, we wanted to give player choices on how they wanted to tune the game for themselves. Difficulty is subjective. Like I said, for new players, these foundational concepts, very basic to roguelikes, may still be something that's challenging to them that they need to practice. Some players are coming in wanting, a relaxing game to chill with. Others want an intense challenge. People have different capabilities, different interests that they want to engage with. And as a designer, I can't predict all of these and give you the perfect game. But I can give you a lot of tools so that you can make the game more like what it is that you want. One of the ways we gave players choices is in a basic way that many games do. We give you 3 different classes to choose from: the warrior, the rogue, and the wizard. And as we were designing these classes, I specifically kept in mind the types of players that I wanted these classes to target. The warrior he's the simplest and the most straightforward. He's a great intro character. He smashes his face into things, he gets things done. The rogue is more about control and precision. And then the wizard really introduces some more complex skills that are very difficult to control and creates new challenges. So I kind of thought that everybody had these base assumptions about what each RPG class sort of archetype was like. But of course, that turned out to be an assumption. And, I was seeing people playing the game who, say, started with the warrior. And we put him right front and center as an intro character. But, they played that first experience with the warrior and they came away saying like, this game isn't complicated enough for me. They didn't realize that they had actually, made that choice in picking that class. So recently in an update, we tried to clarify that and we just added a little complexity meter so that you understand that this is a choice that you're making. Throughout the game, we've got this score system. So early on when you're playing Round Guard, you're really thinking about survival. It's, kill the monsters, keep your health up, survive to the bottom, and you can beat the game. But as you start to really get into the game and understand the scoring system, you learn that you could beat the game better with a better score. And the scarab is really key to this. So if you see that golden scarab bug with the big green gem on its back, it moves around randomly from peg to peg between each shot. And once you hit the scarab, anything you hit afterwards, its points are multiplied. So a good score run becomes all about chasing the scarab. And as you're thinking about chasing the scarab, it becomes like, how do I get good bank shots off of the scarab into where I want to go? How do I hit the scarab with a skill before I hit the rest of the board? Sometimes the scarab goads you into these sort of press your luck choices where it's like, oh, I really should be going for this health over here, but I got to get the scarab. So as you start to play that way, the game naturally becomes more difficult without us doing any changes to the game systems itself, because of these extra complications and weird places that the scarab can take you. Finally, when you beat the game, like I said, you start to unlock these relics. Every relic touches on a core system of the game and changes the fundamental rules. For example, here's the relic of instinct. Heroes are shielded if you launch within 2 seconds, otherwise you get a debuff. There are relics that change how status effects work, how enemies are spawned, how the map is generated, how gravity works. And all of these different relics, as you collect them, you can actually layer on as many of them as you want to create that kind of challenge level that you're looking for. There's also a key relic that everybody starts with, and that's mercy. And the mercy relic is for people who are struggling with the challenge level of the game. So mercy will give you more potions and your hero stats are boosted. All gold sources are reduced, which means you're never going to get that high leaderboard score, but you can still beat the game. So we wanted the mercy relic to be there as a tool for players who are feeling frustrated, who wanted, sort of some training wheels to let them get more comfortable with the game. We also found it was really helpful for kids. And we wanted to make sure that the communication around the mercy relic was really respectful, that people never felt like they were less than for having chosen to take on the mercy relic. This is one of my favorite pieces of fan feedback we've ever got, in which this kid says that I rescued the king, which means beat the game, and I mastered mercy. And I love that pride that's there. And so, like that that was important. That like I didn't want people to feel like we were talking down to them by offering them the Mercy Relic. However, in the wild, we saw some people having some trouble with the communication around the Mercy Relic. I watched some streamers who came in, and when they first found the Mercy Relic, they looked at it and they saw more potions, better stats. This is just good. And so they equipped it. But without really understanding that they were actually putting on easy mode. And so I worry that they're going to come away with the wrong understanding of what the game can be. So after some debate, we finally added in this update the word easy mode right up front. I want to make sure that we're staying respectful about our communication here, but also extremely clear so that people know when they are making that choice for themselves. So giving the players choices, it's about understanding that our balance is never going to be perfect for everybody. So instead, we're going to give them tools to control it for themselves. I wanted to keep the tone respectful throughout, respectful of whatever challenge level it is that you're looking for. But I also really learned that it's very important to be clear so that people understand when it is that they are making a choice and what that choice actually means. Okay, so we did all these things to try and make Round Guard more accessible to players who weren't comfortable with roguelikes. How did we do? Well, we heard a lot of stories from not a gamers. My wife's not a gamer. This is her first experience with a roguelike, and she literally screamed with joy when things went well for her in the game. We heard from roguelike skeptics. I hate roguelike elements and random generation in my games, and yet I do like this a lot. It's an amazing addictive game. That should be more when I tell you I don't normally like Peggle or roguelikes. We heard from a lot of families. I love that my son is learning about stats and RPG elements. It's such a great way to get him started. It's been our family's quarantine savior. My wife and son play it every morning. They're addicted, especially because it encourages you more and more to try to go as far as possible. My 8-year-old, I take turns with my 8-year-old. We've played for 3 hours. We haven't beaten the Act 2 boss, but it doesn't matter. It's such a chill and fun game. We heard so many stories from families who've been playing together and having a lot of fun. And that was really something that was exciting for me. So why is this worth it? I'm definitely not here making the argument that everybody needs to, make a less complicated or more accessible roguelike. I love the roguelikes that exist out there. But I think, we all agree that roguelikes are awesome, and bringing that love to more people is a great thing. And it turns out that roguelikes have a ton of utility for people who maybe aren't familiar with them. Like I said, as a parent, I found the real appreciation for their short play sessions. I heard from a lot of parents how much they were enjoying for their kids this process of, the repetition and practice and learning that came along with the roguelike. And really, this joy of learning is such an important goal to share with people. We had this really fun experience a couple weeks ago on our Steam forum. Somebody came in and they were asking us a lot of questions about the game and they wanted answers. And we gave them a few, but we also talked to them a little bit about our philosophy of you can learn this stuff. Why don't you try a little bit more, come back and tell us how it goes. And they did come back a few days later and they said, I'll admit, the more I play the game, the more I now understand how much fun it is to discover. I didn't realize how much games nowadays are giving us too much info. And I really love this story. This is success to me. Roguelike designers and players were engaged in this dialogue about the process of learning. We're experimenting with the joy of self-driven exploration, finding comfort in failure, and the grit to persevere and keep practicing. These are really beautiful values that we are all spreading as a roguelike community. And I think that's something that's really special. So thank you for listening. If you're interested in learning more about Round Guard, or if you ever want to chat with me about any of this, here's more info. Thanks.
Wow. I'm overly emotional. I feel like I can't do my MC job. I need to take a minute. That was really beautiful. We actually have Andrea live.
Thank you.
Right in the feels.
I'm glad you felt it too.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful. And perfect for roguelike celebration and this idea of, bringing this to people and teaching them how to learn. Like, man, what an achievement as a designer. I'm really happy for you.
Well, thank you. That was one of the things I loved so much about coming to the roguelike celebration last year for the first time, was like, oh God, these are like amazing people. Like, this is such a cool thing we're doing. So anyway, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. It is an absolute pleasure for us. So one question, since I think we have time for at least one, is how did you test Round Guard? Did you send it to friends and have them fill out a form? Did you watch people play in person a lot? What did that look like?
So we did a whole bunch of different things, but really from the beginning, like a month or two in, as soon as we had a playable prototype, we started bringing it around. In the Seattle area, we've got the Seattle Indies community, where they host these regular show and tell sessions. And so other designers and just other people, that it's often in a place that's accessible to the public. So we'd have, all kinds of different people coming up, kids and everything. And so, yeah, we just regularly got it out there. We brought it to lots of little events and things, and looked at people over their shoulders and asked them how things were going. And yeah, learned a lot.
No, that makes a lot of sense. One other question that I just think is a really good question. Is the tutorial for Round Guard repeatable? My concern with tutorial design in roguelikes and casual games is that front-loading the information also makes it more difficult to put the game down for long periods of time and then return to it, since you need to be reminded about the mechanics. That's from OC Dunlap.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and something that maybe we didn't nail as well as I would have liked to. So the tutorial is repeatable, but it's like if you need to start another save slot to get into it. We have places where we will remind you about things, and you can like always sort of hover over a status effect to get the description that we give you. But yeah, I guess because of like UI time constraints, that sort of thing, we never really got like a great push the button to play the tutorial.
It's an interesting one. Last super fast question I think is funny from Darren Gray. Can you die in the tutorial?
You cannot die in the tutorial. There are cushions all along the bottom, no spikes.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much, Andrea. Hopefully people will find you around. Fantastic.
Oh yeah. I think I'll go over to the East Showcase Hall where Round Guard is hanging out. So if anybody wants to chat, say hi.
Yeah, it's on Showcase, so everyone go check that out. All right. Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you.
And yeah, so we are now heading into break time. This is, again, a kind of unstructured break, just a half hour this one, so feel free to wander around the space, figure out how to transmogrify yourself, change your color, all kinds of cool things. There's fortune cookies. Apparently someone was doing tarot readings at Kitchen Table A in the last break, which I missed out on, but sounds fantastic. So have a lot of fun. Be back in a half hour for the next slot of talks, and I am actually stepping aside as MC for the rest of the day. Noah will be taking over, but you have all been absolutely wonderful, and I will be back tomorrow morning as an MC for the similar kind of morning slots. But thank you so much for all of your great participation and questions. Absolutely fantastic, and see you all tomorrow, and, I'll probably be around the bar later on tonight.
Hello, welcome back to the roguelike celebration. I'm Noah Swartz. I'm going to be doing MC duty for the rest of the evening. Our next speaker is Philip Daigle. Philip is a 14-year veteran of the games industry. Formerly, he was a studio director at Beamdog, and now he is a senior design producer at Improbable Canada. Philip's talk is called Rogueskate, Feeling Around in the Dark. So without further ado, here's Philip.
Hey folks, thank you for joining me. I'm just going to share my screen here. All right. Just get set up. Okay, so assuming that you guys can see that, we are ready to go. So hello, I hope you're enjoying the roguelike celebration so far, and thank you for coming to see my talk. So I'm Phil Daigle. This is my work history. I've been in the industry for many, many years, starting as a hobbyist before then. I worked on Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, Planescape Torment, Axis and Allies, lots and lots of D&D and digital board game experiences at Beamdog, and we'll come back to that later. I worked on first-person shooters, real-time strategy, turn-based games, MMOs, and in those games I've worked on system design, writing, scheduling, map design, pitching to publishers, VO, creative direction, mocap. If it's a task in the industry, I've probably dipped a toe into it, unless those tasks were related to programming or art. If anyone out there is a CAPTCHA, I'd like you to know that I am, in fact, a human who has interests, and you can ask me about any of these after the presentation if you desire. So a brief aside about Baldur's Gate. This is a Dungeons & Dragons game. It's real-time with pausing. You control a party of characters with a bunch of detailed stats and equipment, and you guide them through a bunch of combat and narrative scenarios. And I worked on the enhanced editions of those games, which started showing up in 2010. So the thing you need to remember is Baldur's Gate is a real-time strategy game with, some persistence. And if you want me to say something really controversial, Baldur's Gate and The Sims are basically the same game. Baldur's Gate 3 is coming out soon. I believe it's entering early access middle of this month, so go check it out. I did not work on it, but it looks really, really cool. All right, so enough about my background. This is what you wanted to see. I'm going to tell you about my journey in building a roguelike and how I tackled some of the obstacles that I faced based on my skill set and how you can do the same. You don't need to be an experienced programmer. You don't need to be an experienced artist. You don't need to be smart, but you do have to show up and put in the effort. That's the important bit. Although I will say that being smart is very, very beneficial, and if you have that option, I would take it. And last, I'm going to try to convey to you that you should try making a game that's just for you. So what did I make? I made a game called Rogue's Gate, which is my love letter to 90s PC gaming. I made a lot of classic game dev mistakes while I was working on this game, sometimes because I wasn't paying enough attention, and sometimes intentionally because I wanted to gaze into the dark abyss of these cursed design problems for myself and really understand why they're so intractable and so frustrating to deal with. I'm also still not done. The game is still getting worked on. That last 20% is always the hardest, I'm sure you've heard. But I will finish it because I am driven forward by an unstoppable force, which is spite. A coworker of mine once jokingly suggested that I would never finish the game, and so I must prove them wrong at all costs. So let's take a look at the actual game itself. So the game is a real-time strategy game. You start by creating your own character. You choose a race and a class and a starting party. So the starting party will determine your starting companions, the equipment that you have, and a little bit of a narrative nudge in a particular direction. So it's kind of like different flavors or different challenges for starting the game. So once you're actually in the game, it's all about sort of going through this overworld, battling creatures, talking to NPCs, getting better equipment for your party, and that sort of thing. You have to travel to 6 different towers on this world map. At the top of each tower is an item of power. You bring it back down you bring all 6 of them back down to the Shrine of Ascension, and off you go. You win the game. Conceptually, it's very similar to NetHack and how you go down, get the Amulet of Yendor, and come back up. So everything in this game I wrote myself. Every piece of code is me. The art is taken from a variety of sources that I'll show you very, very soon. But the enemies have unique behaviors. They'll run different AI scripts. They'll have different actions. They'll cast spells. They'll try and heal their allies, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm very, very proud of the shape that the game has taken, and it's a lot of fun for me to play, and that's what was important to me, is making something for me to enjoy. So a little bit more detail about the game itself. So you can create your character in the top left there. Use the screenshots showcasing some combat, exploring the overworld. This is the equipment management screen. This is the world map that gets generated procedurally every time you play the game. I don't know if you can tell which one of these art assets I created by hand. If you guess the graphic for the floors here, that is correct. That is the extent of my artistic skill, which is amazing when you see the rest of the game, and I will explain why soon. This is an event on the top left. You get a variety of options based on different things that happen in the game. There's different biomes that have different impacts on gameplay. There's a whole merchant store system. And no roguelike would be complete if it didn't have dungeons. So there you go on the bottom right. So why did I make Baldur's Gate, Rogue's Gate? You can guess where the name came from now. Roguelikes are rad. I think that they're very pure expressions of gameplay, and I find them really, really interesting. The added tension and threat when your characters can die permanently forever, I think adds a lot to a game, and I really, really like that. So I wanted my game to be a roguelike. I wanted to learn how to program, and I wanted to learn more than just making Snake in Python or something like that. I wanted to try doing something a little more extensive than that, because I knew that I would bounce off of learning programming if it was something that simple. And last, I wanted to be a dictator. Group projects are fantastic; they're great, but sometimes you want to make arbitrary decisions and not have to explain them. And guess what? A lot of the decisions I made were pretty arbitrary. Some guiding principles that I kept in mind: make something for your 12-year-old self. So I wanted to capture that 90s PC gaming feel. It was where I grew up, and it's where I have a lot of fond memories. Can I procedurally generate Baldur's Gate, which is a very narrative-heavy RPG, but when you really look at the components of the game and how they come together, you can see a way that it could be procedurally generated. That's what I wanted to attempt. And I wanted to keep it short, so an inspirational game of mine is FTL, which you can play a complete experience in an hour and a half, and I think that's wonderful. So I know a lot of you in the audience are experienced developers, and you're probably not terribly blown away by anything you've seen in terms of complexity. But I know that a lot of you in the audience are not programmers or game developers who might be thinking, wow, are you kidding me? This seems monstrously complex. There's programming, art, audio, lore, gameplay. Like, this is nuts. But it's important to realize, when I sat down to do this, I was very much of the same mindset. I did not think that I could do this. I learned some very limited web programming in 1999, and believe it or not, things have changed since then. If you sat me down in front of a terminal with an install of Python and told me, hey, make some Snake, I would say, nope, can't do it. I don't know how to do that. So I would have started to sweat and cry. But today, these days, there's tools and resources that you can use to elevate your capabilities. When I first started in game dev, the engines that we have available today just weren't there. If you showed someone when I started what you're capable of doing with the tools that are available today, they would have started to vomit with rage. It would have been hilarious to see their brains break. So let's break down how I actually accomplished all this. So the first thing that I had to tackle was programming, and there's a lot of different avenues to get into programming. Python is probably a fantastic way to learn programming, but it's also kind of slow to see the results that I wanted to see. I'm an impatient child, and I wanted to do more than just ASCII art for my first thing out. I didn't think that I could really innovate in the ASCII art space, and I wanted to, push some pixels around. So Python didn't really jump out at me. And then, of course, C, Go, Java, they're fantastic languages. They're very, very powerful, but the barrier to entry is very, very high. So, all right, let's look at Unity and Unreal. They're fantastic engines. They do amazing things in both 2D and 3D. I've used both of them. They're fantastic, but there's a lot of overhead associated with them. I'm not terribly good at 3D, and they also hold your hands in ways that perhaps I didn't want them to hold my hand. I wanted some help, but I didn't want too much help. I wanted kind of that sweet spot of accelerated development while still having some learning and challenge ahead of me. So as luck would have it, at GDC 2017, I ended up with a free copy of GameMaker Studio 2, which is a fantastic 2D engine. So this is an engine by Yo-Yo Games. It's been in development for years and years. The Game Maker platform is actually quite old and has a lot of developers on it. But this is actually a kind of a brand new iteration of their core technology and their IDE. So this is all still pretty new stuff. The engine does a lot of heavy lifting for you if you're starting out with programming, but it still has an elaborate programming language in it. It handles all your assets, your memory management, and it's got fantastic 2D sprite tools, and there's a lot of documentation. So this seemed like it would handle all of the stuff that I wanted to accelerate. But there's some caveats there. It's not free. It costs money, and a lot of the documentation you'll find out there is not necessarily for this version of Game Maker. Now that I know more about the game that I made and what my needs are, and I have more programming capability, I would probably go back and use Godot if I were starting from scratch. But Game Maker Studio 2 worked. It worked for me. It's great, and I have no plans to move away from it in the future for this game. So I decided, all right, I'm going to learn some programming through the medium of Game Maker. But it does have some pros and cons. So I learned more about programming, or I know more about programming now than I did when I first started this whole journey. So a lot of the deficiencies that the engine has weren't things that I really knew about or understood why they would be deficiencies, but now I do. So one example, if you're willing to put up with some jargon, is the concept of a struct in code. That is not something that Game Maker language could do when I first started out, and I didn't really miss it because I didn't know about it. But had I been using a more elaborate programming language, I probably would have known about it, and it would have been very, very useful. As an aside, it does have that now. It's got a whole bunch of great features that make it behave like a modern language. But at the time, it didn't. So if you wanted to do something like try catch to catch debugging issues, sorry, that's not part of the thing. And it also meant that I couldn't use common roguelike tools like libtcod or Pygame or anything like that. So everything that I wanted, I had to make myself for the most part, which was good because that was kind of the goal, is learn programming. For me, programming has always been a very, very hard thing to learn. I've bounced off of learning programming many, many times. And here's a hot take. Programming is hard, and it kind of sucks. There's a bunch of like angry, esoteric math symbols screaming at you, a bunch of jargon from the 1970s that you don't understand. So, it's not for the faint of heart if you're going into it for the first time. And for me, the more abstract a problem was, the harder it was for me to stay engaged. So what was key for me staying involved was seeing like little bits of progress that were very, very visible. And Game Maker Studio 2 is a very, very good engine for that, in that, yes, it lets you program some things, but it also does a lot of hand-holding for you. So you're not getting bogged down with like, how do I rotate a sprite? Well, there's just a function that does that, and you can go off and have more fun that way. Some pieces of advice that I can give for staying engaged, it's not the tool, it's you. 99% of the time when I was like, well, clearly the engine is broken, and I am not at fault here. I am God's blessed child who can do no wrong. No, you're wrong. You're probably not reading the error messages properly. You're not probably looking at them carefully enough. So don't get frustrated with your tools. Good enough is good enough. Keep going. So what I mean by that is you can pigeonhole yourself real hard on some features, like pathfinding, for instance, for essentially an infinite amount of time. And, you will always make progress, but that is an infinite problem that you can spend forever on. So it's important to develop the skill of like learning when you can put something down and focus on another aspect of the game you want to build. For me, it was always important to have like 2 or 3 different things that I could switch back and forth to at any given time once I felt like I'd gotten enough progress in a specific feature that any more was going to be a bit of a grind. Programmers are usually going to tell you if you make a change, compile, and then look at what changed. That's kind of a bad practice because you should probably know about the things that you're changing and not just doing blind guessing. That's true. That's great advice. But when you're starting programming, when you're first learning how to do a lot of these things, that's kind of the only way you're going to figure out how a lot of these functions work, is change one variable. Oh, that's what that thing does with that. Now I understand. So it's good advice, but when you're just starting out, don't feel afraid to just like poke something, tinker with it, see what happens. And when you're staying engaged, you're going to work on some stuff that doesn't get used. You're going to end up making things that get tossed out. That's totally fine. That was the point of this whole exercise, is understanding why something does or doesn't fit. So art. This is another huge obstacle for a lot of people, and a lot of people just end up not trying to tackle with it because it's very, very frustrating to deal with if you can't draw. I can't draw. I can't do 3D modeling. I'm terrible at those things. I can edit things that already exist, which is not a particularly elite skill set. But what I do know is that the open source community, the public domain community, the Creative Commons community has an insane amount of awesome resources and assets available for you to use. And what I discovered is that, like, a lot of the time, you'll find a piece of art that's almost what you need, and another piece of art that's almost what you need. And you can kind of kit bash those things together to make something that looks bespoke and custom to your game. Kit bashing is a term that came out of like old sci-fi TV shows where they would take a model train kit and a model airplane kit and just kludge a bunch of parts together to make something new. And you can do the same thing with open source free assets out there, and you get amazing results. Another thing I learned is that if you are willing to spend even a small amount of money, you can get some amazing things for very, very cheap. One guy made an entire tile set that kind of apes the Chrono Trigger style, and it's available for just a few dollars, and immediately it makes your project look amazing. While I was working on this, opengameart.org was probably my most visited website throughout the entire development cycle, because they have thousands and thousands and thousands of assets of all kinds. You're probably familiar with this graphic in the center here, the stone soup tile set, I believe that was. And alongside that, there are thousands and thousands of fantastic assets that are probably going to be relevant to your game. There's also stuff like Kenny.nl. This is a person that makes amazing assets for free, just gives them away. They make asset creation tools so that you can make whatever you need. There's just a lot of stuff available on this site, and I encourage you to go check it out. One thing I will suggest, though, is make sure you're keeping track of your licenses and your credits, because there's nothing worse than, 6 months down the line, trying to step through your project and be like, where did I get that graphic? Okay, where did I get that one? What's this one? Even if you think you're just goofing off with something, try to keep track of the credits file, because it will be handy in the future. One thing I do want to point out, though, the Liberated Pixel Cup on OpenGameArt, holy crap, this thing is amazing. So there's hundreds of people contributing to this cross-compatible pixel art archive, essentially, with characters, tile sets, items, equipment, everything. And it all works together, and it's all open source, and it's available for you to use. So there's a lot of great stuff out there for absolutely free, and I was shocked at the stuff that you could build just based off of the stuff on that site. So you may have noticed that Rogue's Gate has a very strong resemblance to a game called Warcraft 2. So a brief aside, Strategist is an open source reimplementation of Warcraft 2. And I was kind of hanging around with the development team for that game about 20 years ago. And it had gotten to the point where it was so good that you could actually extract the data from a Warcraft 2 install disk and just start playing Warcraft 2 inside of this open source engine. So Blizzard did not like that, believe it or not, especially because it was originally called Freecraft. So when you name your game Freecraft and it allows you to extract Warcraft 2 data files and play an open source version of that commercial game, companies take exception to that. So I'm not surprised that they came down with a cease and desist and forced us to change the name. So I had made some campaigns and some maps, but I mostly just idled in the IRC channel with all the other developers, and I was familiar with how this engine arranged its sprites and whatnot. So I was pretty curious to see if there was anything out there that I could use. And as luck would have it, I found Wormsun, which is this amazing game that's available on Steam. It's an RTS. You can go play it right now. And it takes the Strategist engine and it implements an all-new RTS with all custom open source art by this amazing artist named Jin. And it's fantastic. Go check it out. But the important thing was that it had amazing licenses. So I looked at this and I thought, wow, this has everything that I need that I would want to use in making a roguelike, so why don't I adopt this? Another cool thing was that all of the sprites were broken down by layers, so I could make new sprites just by stacking them together. So it was kind of a mother lode in terms of developing an art style for your game. And as you may have noticed, the game is 16:9, so we're going to pretend that this is a love letter to an alternate 90s where everybody had monitors like John Carmack. All right, so what about audio? Well, the lucky thing here is that open source strikes again. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of great pieces of music, voice files, little UI sounds, everything that you would possibly need available in the open source community. And instantly you can elevate the presentation of your game and a very, very easy way. Audio is also a really, really fantastic place to bring a friend in. It's something that's easy to collaborate on. So a friend of mine actually wanted to learn about making video game music, and so we both decided, okay, well, I'll make the game, you can make the music, and we both benefited by learning all about the process. The one thing that I will say as a piece of advice is try not to bring that friend in a little early, because it's very frustrating for a musician to try and make music for a rapidly moving target that oscillates in 1 week from a sci-fi ship shooter to a Baldur's Gate clone. All right, so lore. I got some news for you folks. All lore is made up and there are no wrong answers. You can write whatever the heck you want. I'm a bit softer on lore. To me, lore should give rise to interesting gameplay scenarios. I am always interested in writing something that's actually relevant to the game that you're playing. I think lore is where you can get as wild as you want, because there's no wrong answers. Write whatever you feel is cool, and if people are into it, they're into it. If you are writing stuff that you think might appeal to someone somewhere, but you're pretty soft on it, it's going to show. So my advice is, write what's relevant to you and what's relevant to the game, and the people will tell you if they like it or not. And if they don't, forget it. What do they know? All right, design. So when I say feeling around in the dark, I mean it's okay to start working on something that you've only got a vague design or a vague idea for. And in doing that, you're probably going to implement a bunch of things that you don't need. And in commercial development, that's a horrible idea, because you need to be very careful about how you're spending your time and your resources and that sort of thing. But if you're making a game for yourself, then, that is no longer the case. And you can learn from the stuff that you end up throwing away. You can learn why something does or something doesn't work, which I think, are equally important. There's been tons and tons of features and things that I've built that I ended up throwing away, but I still cherish them because I learned from them, and maybe I can take those concepts to a future game. My original plan for this game was dramatically different from where it ended up, but I made a bunch of decisions about what felt good to me, what made sense to my gut, and because I arrived at something at that, I'm very happy with what I've ended up at. All right, so you've got a bunch of tools, you've got a bunch of resources available to you. So this is where kind of the fun starts, right? For me, I like to draw and I like to doodle, but in Photoshop with pixel art. So with the tools and the resources I had, I started putting together different scenarios that I wanted my game to have and what they might look like. So I was thinking about, what kind of emotion do I want to evoke? What kind of pressure do I want the player to be feeling? What kind of mood do I want them to be in? And I was just doodling around those concepts. And then once I had something that looked cool to me, that I was like, yeah, I want to make that, or I want to play that, I just worked backwards from there. So how would a player arrive at this scenario? What systems do they need to interact with? What should I build to make this happen? And then you start investigating each one of those features and you develop a plan of attack. You're probably familiar with this. You maybe heard it as like Scrum or Agile or something, where you make a user story that has like, here's what I want them to experience. And then you step backwards from there. It's essentially the same thing. You just have a vision that you've established and you work backwards from there. So a lot of this advice doesn't really apply if you're making a game for an audience, which is something that I've been doing for a decade and a half. So when there's no pressure, it stops being a chore and a stressor. It becomes an expression of creativity. I think that anyone who can make a game for themselves should make a game for themselves. Rogue's Gate was that game for me, and if other people like it, that's great. But the important thing is that I'm expressing myself creatively. I don't care if no one ever hears about it or if no one ever plays it, because I learned a lot about games and my own preferences in building it. So in that way, like, building a game for yourself is a very therapeutic exercise because you learn about yourself. And I want to emphasize that anyone can do this. I know that it's kind of a cliche thing to say, and you may have heard it before, but I truly and genuinely believe this. I had so many missing skills when I started this, despite being a professional developer for a long time. And I'm not blind to the fact that I had a lot of general game and computer knowledge to draw on to help me succeed. But I want to stress that none of that is what mattered in the end. I used the same resources you can use, and I followed in a lot of the same steps that you can follow. If you go on Rogue Basin, there's an amazing article called How to Write a Roguelike in 15 Steps. It was remarkably accurate and useful. The only thing that was key to my success was not feeling discouraged and giving up. So no matter how irritating of a problem I ran into, with enough application of time and bashing my brain against a wall, like it eventually worked out. So I was making something for me on my schedule. I could take that time. So arbitrary limits are just that. Like, don't give yourself arbitrary limits if you don't have to. Make something in your own time for you at your own pace. Another thing I want to mention is, ask for help. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. It's free, usually. And if you ever get stuck on something, try rubber ducking. So explain the problem that you're facing to a rubber duck that you hold in your hand. Describe all of the variables, all of the things that you've tried to solve it, why they didn't work, why you think other solutions might work or might not work. And in bringing all that data together and in formatting it so that you can communicate it to another person, you might arrive at a fantastic solution or the solution that you needed before. And that rubber duck can be a friend that you ask for help. It doesn't have to be a physical rubber duck. Even if the person that you're talking to doesn't have the technical knowledge that you think they need to be able to offer valuable insight, just explaining your problem to that person can be hugely beneficial. And I think one other thing that I want to say is everyone has a different journey to success. Don't feel like you're not capable of doing something like this because your journey looks different from all the others. I ignored a bunch of very common wisdom that you probably shouldn't ignore. For example, starting with something small that you can build upon. That's a great piece of advice that I ignored. But wisdom for everyone isn't going to be wisdom for you necessarily. I want to encourage you, to make something for you at your own pace, answering only to yourself, and you might find that it's wonderful and you love it, and it makes you want to build games for other people after that. All right. Or you could just do this, and when your game is 90% done, restart development inside of Unreal 4 for no real reason other than you wanted to see what it was like. This is a project that I sunk a few months into last year, taking my game that I'd already built in 2D and just throwing it inside of Unreal. It actually worked pretty great. Unreal is a fantastic engine, and because I already knew the game that I was trying to make, it came together pretty quickly. But at the same time, this was just a fun side experiment, and I think that I have more fun in the 2D version, so I'm going to focus on that for now. My original plan was, hey, what if I finished both games and then released them together as some sort of art project where I discovered a game from the 90s and then remastered it all by myself? I have eyes that are bigger than my stomach at times. All right, so thank you very much for listening to me yammer on. Let's take some questions from the audience.
Great. Wonderful talk. Travis asks, if there's a way to play your game, is there a demo that's out that people can go play?
So I feel horrible because my goal was originally get this thing out the door before the roguelike celebration, but unfortunately I did not hit that goal. So eventually, yes, you'll be able to play, but right now, no, it's not out there yet. I'm not kidding when I say it's almost there. I just need to do some data entry and figuring out some equipment progression, but soon, I promise, it will be out there. I will not let this thing die.
Cool. Well, we look forward to it. Someone else asks, is there a good way to find digital assets, free digital assets, freely licensed ones online? Just Googling, free assets doesn't always return the right thing.
Mm-hmm. So when you Google for free assets, you're going to get a lot of garbage filtered in because Getty Images and a bunch of other stock image places will be like, yeah, we have free stuff here. Come to our website. And then you go there and it's actually a bunch of commercial stuff. For me, it's that site that I mentioned in the presentation, opengameart.org. It's kind of this central repo for free open source game art. So that's the main place that you should go. And then if you're just looking for art in general, go to the Wikimedia Creative Commons section, look through there. You can filter by license, and then you can filter if you need GPL or Creative Commons, whatever you need. There's great tools for that. OpenGameArt as well lets you filter by license. So if you're constrained by a particular set of criteria, I would suggest going there and taking a look at what they have to offer.
Cool. And then someone wanted to know, how do you feel about games that have purposely minimal lore, where the community has to sort of fill in the blanks about the backstory?
I kind of love that concept. I mean, I'm pretty ambivalent about lore because I've worked in D&D for a long time, which is extremely lore heavy. So when I'm in my free time making stuff for me, I like to go pretty lore light because I just like having a lightweight set of lore that players can think about on their own. So I'm really a big fan of going lightweight lore, let the players figure it out on their own. And maybe, they take it in a direction that you find interesting and you're like, yeah, okay, let's incorporate that into the game.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Phil. Is there a place in the social space you'll hang out to answer more questions?
I might briefly be available in the main chat after this.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure, and thanks everybody for attending the talk.
Our next speaker is Herbert Wolverson. Herbert is a hobby game developer, and he has been since the 1990s. He developed Nox Futura, One Night in the Dungeon, and a bunch of 7DRLs. He also wrote a book about Rust roguelike game development, and he is currently writing another book about learning Rust through making games. This talk is called Procedural Map Generation Techniques, and this is actually something I'm super excited about, as I've always wanted someone to give a talk about this topic. So without further ado, here's Herbert.
Hi, welcome to Procedural Map Generation. I'm Herbert Wolverson of Bracket Productions, which is really just my consulting company. I'm going to be talking to you about using algorithms to generate maps, and then using more algorithms to fix the maps you just created and find out if they're even usable. There's a lot of content to cover, so I'm going to be going on at quite a rate of knots. So who am I? As Noah just said, I'm the author of the Rust roguelike tutorial on the address at the screen there. I talk way too much on Twitter at Herberticus. If you ever want to get in touch with me, the bracket on Reddit is the best way to find me. I love hanging out on the roguelike dev forums, answering short answer questions with essays. I do have a book coming out very soon, Hands-on Rust, Effective Learning Through 2D Game Development and Play, which should be on pragprog.com. I promise I won't keep promoting that, but I really wanted to mention it. And all the source code that goes with this talk can be found on GitHub at that address. That'll be repeated on the final slide of this presentation. So we're going to give a quick shout out to Rogue from 1980, because we really wouldn't be here without it. It's one of the seminal and first uses of procedural generation that really defined the genre. It splats out up to 9 rooms, connects them randomly. Anyway, it's been said that they did that because they needed to keep the game small and couldn't really fit in 50 beautifully hand-designed levels. But really, that created one of the strengths of the genre in the first place. When you start a new game, you have a different map every time. So every time you play, instead of memorizing that I need to go up, 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 right, you're learning instead that I should interact this way with different monsters, interact this way with rooms, navigate like this, learning the system rather than learning the game itself, giving you effectively infinite replay. Also, any talk on ProcGen really has to mention Dwarf Fortress, because no other ProcGen game has ever managed to cram this much procedural generation into one binary. If you haven't played it, go out and do so. Support them on Steam and tell them how awesome they are. They generate everything from a massive overworld with sweeping mountain ranges, dense forests, volcanoes, demon-infested fortresses, fill it up with procedurally generated civilizations who either like or hate each other, and then you can drill down all the way down to Eurust and find out which procedurally generated deity he worships, which procedurally generated tavern he drinks in, and learn all about his quest across the land and find the perfect sock. At the mid-scale, you can zoom into any particular land block on the map, find that it is beautifully rendered, still matches the overall shape of the overworld above it. The trees gain foliage, lose foliage, depending on their type, and the type spawns appropriate to the biome. In other words, there is pretty much every ProcGen technique that you can think of in this game. Hang out on the Bay12 forums, and that is a great place to learn about them. So one thing that's clear from both of these games is that while they're random, the randomness doesn't define the game. The randomness is fed into an algorithm that generates something that approximates what you want to get, but ensures that it's different every time. So we're going to start looking at some algorithms for doing that. Simple room placement. If you've done any of the roguelike development tutorials, then you've seen this one. You start with a solid map. You pick a random rectangle. If there isn't a room already there, you fill in the rectangle. You keep adding rooms until you meet whatever criteria you've come up with for enough. And then you join the rooms together with corridors. Let's watch this in action. As you can see, it's placing rooms randomly. When you see the red rectangles with the exclamation marks, try to generate one that overlaps, so you have to discard it and try again. And then it joins them together with corridors. In this case, I went with a simple dogleg algorithm that randomly switches between being either vertical first or horizontal first. That's pretty much exactly the algorithm from the Python roguelike dev tutorial that the roguelike dev subreddit recommends that you start with. So a good refinement of that is binary space partition rooms, or BSP. Binary space partition is fancy developer talk for chopping in half. It gives a similar result to random room placement, but it pretty much guarantees that everything is better spaced out. You'll find that it's used in NetHack amongst other games. So to do BSP, you divide your map in half, and you randomly decide whether you want to divide vertically or horizontally, and divide that half in half. Then you keep dividing your halves all the way down until you have a space that's roughly the right size you want to use for a room. Now, I personally like to then add a gutter of one tile around it to ensure that you don't get rooms joining together, unless that's what you want. So watching that in action, you see that there's absolutely no rejections. The rooms are nicely spaced out, and you wind up with a pretty usable map. So complete change of gear, cellular automata. I personally love this one because it evolves an ordered-looking natural map from complete chaos. You know, I said you don't always start with complete random. Well, this one you do. You can literally make half your map walls, half your map floors, randomly picked, no chance of getting through it, and you'll end up with something that you can use. If you've played Conway's Game of Life or seen articles about it, it's the same principle here. So once you've got your map, you make a copy of it, you iterate every tile that isn't on the edge, and count the number of neighbors, including diagonals. If there are no neighbors, then you become a wall. If there's 1 to 4 neighbors, become empty. 5 or more neighbors, become a wall. Now, you can and should tweak these rules to suit your game. Let's watch this in action. Completely random soup quickly turns into a far more natural-looking structure that can actually be turned into a pretty useful map. It's a really simple algorithm, really fast, and given the same seed, you get the same result every time. Next one to talk about is Drunkard's Walk. This is another popular one for beginners. So the basic principle of Drunkard's Walk is that you start with a solid map. Find one Umber Hulk and ply it with beer until he's staggering randomly. Place him somewhere on the map. As he staggers, he randomly smashes through walls and carving out a map. Don't bother worrying about whether he backtracks. Let him stagger wherever he wants. If pick a maximum distance for him to travel, or her, I'm really not sure how Umber Hulk gender works. If they travel too far, they pass out. And you pick another Umber Hulk, spawn them somewhere within the open map, and let them smash. And then you stop spawning Hulks when enough of your map is open. In this case, I've used 1/3 of the map. So watching this in action, you can see that each Hulk is staggering completely randomly, carving out more and more of the map. One big advantage of this is that you can guarantee that your map will be contiguous. It won't generate any areas that your player can't reach. It tends to give you a map that looks like it was carved out by water. It's ideal for creating limestone caverns and similar. Another algorithm, diffusion limited aggregation. I highly recommend the Rogue Basin article on this one. So for the simple version of this, you start by digging out a small target seed, and then you pick a random point anywhere on the map, a random direction, and shoot a particle. If you're really lucky, the particle will hit one of the already open areas. If it doesn't, you keep shooting until you hit something. Something I've heard from a lot of military friends. In the event that you do hit a target area, then you carve out the last solid area that you passed through. This tends to give you a very winding open map. Again, it's guaranteed to be contiguous. And there's a lot of ways that you can tweak the algorithm to make something more interesting. So the central attractor is much more likely to always hit the target. You randomly spawn your starting point and then shoot the particle directly at the middle of the map. This pretty much ensures that you get an open space in the middle, ideal, for example, for you to put a dragon with this horde, and then a more interesting pattern forming around the edges, which could be where the hobbit would lurk while he torments the poor dragon. On the right, you can see what happens if we use the same central attractor algorithm, but simply apply symmetry down the vertical. You start to get maps that look a lot like they either want to eat you, or maybe it's a butterfly, maybe it's a Space Invaders character. Yeah, I recommend using this one sparingly, but a bit of symmetry like that can be applied to any algorithm when you want to produce something that looks a lot less random. Another algorithm that everyone should have in their toolkit is the Voronoi diagram. So to make one of these, I do recommend Googling it. You randomly or deliberately place seeds all over your map. You'd randomly place them if you just want to produce something random. If you place them very deliberately, for example, you can equally space them all over the map. You can produce something that looks very, very much like a beehive. And then you iterate every point on the map, and it joins the area belonging to the closest seed. There are various fancy algorithms like Delaunay triangulation to do this quickly. In the source code I've provided, I just brute forced it and did it the hard way. Now, one neat trick for customizing what you get is that you can use a different distance algorithm to determine which group every tile joins. So on the left, I've used Pythagoras, and gives you relatively smooth edges. Using Manhattan distance, which is the same distance that you'd get if you ask a New York taxi driver how far it is to get to somewhere, number of blocks north plus number of blocks east, gives you a much more man-made looking sharp-edged structure. And Chebyshev is a similar distance algorithm and tends to give you somewhere in between the two. So what can you do with Voronoi diagrams? Well, the first thing you can do with them is find the edges, place walls there, and wind up with an alien cell structure. Another good thing to do is decide that when you're spawning monsters, you'll spawn the monsters together within a Voronoi cell. So if, for example, you've decided that the Orc King should always be associated with his retinue, then you should probably spawn them in the same cell together if possible. Likewise, if you've decided that orcs must never, in fact, be near dark elves, make sure that you spawn them in far-away cells. You can also use this for very effective city generation. In my Proc Jam game, Apocalypse Taxi, I used the edges of Voronoi cells to determine where the roads went, and then randomly populated the content of each cell with something like heavy industrial city, light industrial, and it worked pretty well. Combined with other techniques, this can be extremely useful. So the next one up is Perlin and simplex noise, which is used all over the place, more than you might think. So Perlin and simplex noise are basically a bunch of gradients combined together with a few variables we'll talk about in a moment. You can generate it in 2 or 3 dimensions. If you look at an XY value, it gives you a number between -1 and 1. And the nice thing is, if you look at an adjacent one, it will be smoothly moving either up or down relative to the neighboring squares. It's also continuous, so if you decide to look from x is 1 through 2, and then decide to zoom in to 1.5 through 2, you'll actually get exactly the same shape as you saw on the right-hand side of the first one. So what do the variables mean? The number of octaves is how many different gradients it's mixing in. Gain is how long the various gradients last. Lacunarity adds in randomness, and as you can see from the picture on the right-hand side, which I guess is my left, this starts to feather it in, make it look a lot more random. And frequency is how frequently each of the various octaves peaks. So what I recommend you do is find a Perlin and simplex noise tool and simply play with these values until you get something that you like. So what can you do with them? The answer is actually quite a lot. The most common use is to make an overworld, because Perlin is deterministic by random seed. Every time you use the same seed, you get the same map. What I've done here is altitudes from -1 to 0 are blued out as water. Altitudes from 0 to 0.75 are in green, shaded as terrain. Altitudes above that are marked as mountains. And this is very common. You'll find this used in a lot of games. And as I mentioned, you can zoom in. So as you zoom in, you start to see more of the gradient. The problem is that the gradients are actually kind of dull. And you can fix that. The best way to fix that is to make a second layer of noise. So in this case, we've got a second layer of noise that is much more bumpy, has much more fine-grained detail, but looks terrible as a continent as a whole. And then as you zoom in, you change the percentage of each of the two gradients that you're mixing together. So when you're zoomed all the way out like that, you're seeing the relatively coherent overworld. As you start to zoom in, you see bays, peaks, valleys, troughs. And the great thing is this is actually really easy to implement. There's a lot of really good Perlin and Simplex libraries out there. Highly recommended. You can use it for anything from making a pirate game with cool seas to sail around, or just building the overworld for your map. You can also use it if you want to generate realistic looking clouds, particles. You can even make wood grain with it with the right values. And that brings me to one point that I can't emphasize enough. You very rarely need to use just one technique on a map. So here on the top left, we've used a BSP technique to produce a pretty linear looking dwarven fortress. On the right, Cellular Automata has made a really open looking sort of cavern system, might be a dangerous underworld. So running with that theme, I simply took the left half of the Dwarven Fortress and the right half of the Cellular Automata, and you have what looks like a fortress that suddenly breaks out into a nasty underworld. Well, I thought, a better theme for that might be that the dwarves were digging, they came to the underworld and they needed to protect themselves. So I added a prefab, a pre-designed section in the middle, adding fortifications. And so with two very simple techniques, you've produced a map that actually tells a story rather than just being a bunch of random rooms. Another popular combination is take a map and then use DLA to fire particles at it and blast parts of the map away. This starts to look like the dwarves failed to pay their maintenance bill or had a serious water problem, as the map becomes more and more organic looking while keeping its basic structure. I mentioned prefabs before. Prefabs are a great idea. So you can make a massively random map, but if you start injecting human design elements into it, then you get the chance to really make the game your own. So I've got a prefab here that is definitely not a trap. It's death traps surrounding a treasure chest. You've probably seen that in a lot of console RPGs. You enter a room, you see a chest with nothing guarding it. You can be pretty sure that something bad's about to happen to you. So the room structure makes it relatively easy to place a prefab. You can go through the room list, find a room that's bigger than the prefab, and you know the prefab fits there. On a map that doesn't have rooms, it can be a little more tricky. What I usually do is I pick random locations, look and see if the prefab will fit, and place them. If it won't, then I don't place it there. And if I've got a nice big list of prefabs, then I'll keep going until I've added a few of them and being careful not to add all of them so the game is different next time I play. All right, very quick change of gears because the next set of algorithms are all going to rely on this one, Dijkstra maps. I highly recommend that you go to Rogue Basin and read the incredible power of Dijkstra maps on there. It is an excellent article. And Dijkstra maps are a very, very powerful tool. If you're into making roguelikes, I recommend that you learn about them. To make them, you start with one or more starting points, in this case, the Blue Knight. The rest of the map gets marked to a sentinel value, meaning you can't go there. And then you look at all of the tiles adjacent to your starting point. If you can walk into them, you put a 1 on them. Yet they are now one step away from the starting point. Then you keep going, so every walkable tile that's next to a 1 gets a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5. Eventually you have a complete map that tells you, first of all, the sentinel value means the sentinel value means that you can't go there. So now you've got a list of all the cells you can't use. Likewise, the numbered tiles tell you how far you are away from a starting point. So the first big use for this is when you've generated something like Cellular Automata that can give you chunks of the map that you can't get to. pick a central point, find one that's open, generate a Dijkstra map, and then all of the tiles that are open but have the sentinel value in your Dijkstra map can't be reached. I've highlighted those in red on the map. You can delete those because nobody can get there. Or if you've got a game system that encourages tunneling, then go ahead and hide the stuff that needs to be reached with tunneling in those areas. This can also help you with placing a starting point for your map. Making sure that you cull the unreachable areas before you pick a starting point ensures that you won't place the player somewhere that they can't get out of, and avoids the always embarrassing case of the map that's only got 2 tiles that you can actually walk on. That has happened to me. So typically to place a starting point, if I know that I want to be on the left, I'll place somewhere in the middle on the left, and then I'll simply look around for a neighboring tile that is open and hasn't been culled by the Dijkstra map. To find an endpoint, you can use the same thing if you want to go left or right. A lot of games prefer to have more of a structured progression. Once you've culled the map, you know that anywhere on the map that is still open after you've removed the areas you can't get to is safe to place an exit. So you find the rough area you want to put the exit, and you place on a nearby open tile. I've gone ahead and marked the optimal route through that map. You can also, if you really dislike your player, use Dijkstra to find the least accessible part of the map and put the exit there. If they're starting in the middle, this is a really bad idea because the 3/4 of the map is basically irrelevant. However, if you want to hide something, this is a great way to do it. Find the starting point, then find the least accessible point on the map, hide something there, and you force the player to go on a treasure hunt if they're going to get the bonus item. That leads to one of my favorite techniques for refining a map once you've generated it. I call it the hot path. Once you've got your start point and your end point, you generate the path between the two. I use a star. In this case, I think I used a Dijkstra map and just walked the distance between the two. Then you make another Dijkstra map using all the points on the path as your hot path. And then on that Dijkstra map, everything with a tile value of under, say, 10 is the hot path and is close, but not necessarily directly on the best path through the dungeon. So what can you do with this? Well, if you prefer a less branchy game, you can use it to remove the parts of the map that are completely irrelevant. If your game involves a great deal of progression from, say, left to right, this is a good way to do it, and a good way to not force the player to explore huge, winding labyrinths with no real purpose to them. If you're using a room-based generation, then this can be even more useful. I've marked in yellow the rooms that are on the hot path that go directly from point A to point B. Well, so that means the gray rooms aren't really necessary. Or are they? Maybe the gray rooms could be culled if you just want to have a go to room, go to room, go to room type of game. Or the gray rooms could be where you hide bonus things. You might have the yellow rooms mark some breadcrumbs to give the player a clue as to where to go, and teach them by putting really scary things in the gray area that going off the beaten path is only to be done once you're a little more experienced. You can also use this knowledge to order the progression of a story. So you know that if the player is going to go through this dungeon, they're probably going to go through 1 to 9. And that's okay. If you're telling a story, and let's say your grandfather tells you that it is your destiny to go out and save the world, he's probably going to want to tell you that somewhere around room 1, so you can't avoid the old windbag. Somewhere around 2, somebody should show up and tell you that your destiny is futile, you should abandon it, give up, and the whole adventuring thing isn't for you. And so on. Alternatively, you might have decided that you want to do the old saw of the locked door that has a key somewhere on the map. Also, supposing that you've decided that room 5 is going to be where the locked door shall be, it would be a good choice because you can do a flood fill and discover that there's nowhere else, that there's no alternates to going through the exit from room 5. So you place a locked door there. And now you absolutely know that the key has to be somewhere between rooms 1 and 4 for this to be a solvable puzzle. It would really suck if you decided to spawn the key in room 6 and leave yourself with a map that cannot be solved without finding some other way to open the door. Unless, of course, that's your point. And really, that is the point of what I've been trying to say is guide your randomness and then use algorithms to check your randomness to make sure that it matches what you want. I've written quite a bit about other algorithms on my roguelike tutorial. I tried really hard to be language agnostic, even though all the examples are in Rust. So I do recommend checking there for a few more. I wanted to talk about waveform collapse and realized I'd need another 30 minutes. All right, so like I said before, the source code for this talk is all up on my GitHub. That repo should have gone public a few minutes ago. And just to be a terrible shill one more time, my book, Hands on Rust, Effective Learning Through 2D Game Development and Play, will be in beta on PragProg relatively soon, next few weeks, as long as I get off my butt and finish editing it. And in your favorite bookstore pretty soon. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that talk.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. We have a few questions. The first one is from Darren Gray, who asks, how do you make generated maps not look, very samey? For example, he says that he can always notice when an overworld is generated with Perlin noise.
Yeah, that's actually a fun one. I play Spot the Perlin. One of the best things to do is to generate multiple noise maps and mix them together. So if you've decided that this region is mountains, start mixing in height values from another more mountainous looking height map, and that gets you something that, as well as just going up, actually goes up and down and starts to look more like mountains and less like a boring old gradient. You can also have a lot of fun, generate your Perlin, and then run something like erosion on it. Running a simple erosion simulator, especially if you decide that some rocks are harder than others, gives you a beautiful map in no time. I think that's how World Machine works.
Cool. Our next question is, do you know any techniques for generating vertical structures or Z-levels in map generation?
That is something I am honestly terrible at. I've seen waveform collapse used to make some absolutely amazing voxel-based cities. I can't honestly pretend that I know how to do that. So,
cool. That looks like all of the questions that people have put in. But thank you so much. And then I'm sure if you hang out somewhere in the social space, people will come and ask you more questions.
Yep, I should be around there and on the Discord tonight. I'll be editing my book and alternating between the two. So,
cool.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Our next talk is by B. Houth. He is a developer of B-Crawl, which is a fork of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, which is actually played a lot. It's played almost 4% as much as Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, the original. He's also a really impressive DCSS player with a 20-game win streak in tournaments and 2 wins in 2 hours. So his talk is going to be pre-recorded, but then he's going to be around afterwards to answer questions. So feel free to put any questions you have in the social space. Without further ado, here is what makes Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup a good game.
Hello everyone, I'm here today to talk about Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, why I think it's a good game, and what we can learn from it about game design. This part is recorded, but I'll be answering questions afterwards. I run bcrawl, which has been the most popular fork of DCSS. I'm also a decent DCSS player, only 5 people have won a game in fewer turns. Well, first let's start a game and see what DCSS looks like. Let's be something straightforward and easy like a Minotaur fighter, with an axe which has worse damage output than other weapons but can hit everything around the player. Minotaur is our species, which has permanent effects, and fighter determines our starting equipment and skills. Dividing things up like that gives a lot of starting combinations without making the game too hard to balance. When in doubt, a one-handed axe, a shield, and heavy armor is usually a good plan, and this is related to how shields work. Looking at our inventory, we have an axe, which is our main attack, body armor that provides AC, which reduces damage from hits, and a shield that provides SH that can block attacks. You can see those values near the corner here. But SH becomes less effective the more attacks you take per turn, so being surrounded is really bad if you're using a big shield, and using an axe helps you deal with that. This kind of interaction between strategic and tactical layers is part of what makes DCSS an interesting game. The strategic layer creates a link between all the encounters in a game and effectively makes things bigger. In this case, the tactical layer is exploiting the ability to hit multiple enemies and maximizing your shield effectiveness, and the strategic layer includes choosing an axe, using a shield, and also accounting for the experience points needed to train for those. You see, before we start fighting stuff, we want to set our skill training. Here's the menu where we can set what experience points go into. These are the skills we can train right now, and here are all of the skills. We can look at the current cost of each skill and say, right now we want more axes skill. So let's go for maybe 7 axes. Alright, let's get going. Now, if I was going for a win streak, I'd explore carefully, revealing as few tiles at a time as possible, because each tile revealed could be a new enemy. I would also want to maintain clear paths for retreating. But instead, I'm going to auto-explore as soon as I kill this hobgoblin and wear this cloak. Alright, here's the auto-explore. In DCSS, a lot of common activities have some automation available, and that's because whenever players got annoyed by something repetitive, somebody usually submitted a fix for that, and DCSS has been around for a while now. It also has a disproportionate number of programmers playing it. You can also set the Auto Explorer to happen instantly, which is part of how real-time speedrunners can average 20 moves a second. In fact, I'd like to talk about permadeath as a mechanic at some point, so rather than being as careful as possible, I guess I'll just play recklessly and see if I can manage to lose in the time I have here. Now, this is a bit complicated, right? There's a bit of a learning curve. So, why would you invest time into figuring out DCSS instead of some other game? Well, most people don't. Fortnite has a couple thousand times as many players as DCSS. But the same is true for traditional roguelikes in general, and if you're watching this, you're probably interested in those. While traditional roguelikes don't have as many players as the really popular games, I would say they're disproportionately influential. For example, a Blizzard employee is over 100 times as likely to play DCSS as the average gamer. Looking back, NetHack and Angband were probably the most influential traditional roguelikes for a while, but now I would say that position has been taken by DCSS. Lists of top roguelikes are obviously made by people who play a lot of games, and DCSS is usually near the top of those. It's also played by a number of streamers like Quill18, Moon, and Celerity. They don't generally stream it because it doesn't get many viewers, but my point is that people who have played video games all the time professionally for much of their life, those people often like DCSS. It's also played by a lot of game designers like Mike Donnet, the lead designer of Hearthstone, who has a win streak with octopodes. That's a relatively difficult species. Let's wear these boots here. And of course, anyone making a roguelike has probably played it. I also know a number of good DCSS players, and in my experience, they tend to be interesting people, more so than good players of other games. Here we have a somewhat dangerous situation, but that's okay. Let's just walk away for a bit here. One way I like to evaluate games is by looking at the differences between what new players do and what very good players do. And one thing new players don't do is walk away and go upstairs, but another thing they don't do is identify their consumables. That difference between what new players do and what good players do is basically what the game teaches, which in some sense is the essence of gameplay. So let's ID some stuff. Deciding what to ID first can be complicated, and sometimes you want to read single stacks of scrolls, but the really important thing is just to get some stuff identified. The general principle the game is teaching here is, I suppose, to plan ahead for what resources you might need in the future, which I think is a fine principle for a game to teach. You explore, you find an enemy, you melee attack, you level up. People tend to get stuck in patterns like that, but if you don't think about what else you could do, you might not be ready when something new comes along. To try to get players to ID stuff, I made ID scrolls always be identified in bcrawl. I'm not sure how effective that's been, though. New players also tend not to use consumables in combat and to use them too late if they do. So I guess the game also teaches players to consider all their options more carefully in dangerous situations. In the distant past, a hunter-gatherer encountering a lion didn't have a lot of time to react, but in the modern world, panic and fast decisions aren't usually very helpful in stressful situations. So I think it's good to have some games that encourage people to slow down and stay calm when something goes wrong. We're on our third level of the dungeon now. Players will typically visit 40 to 90 levels in a winning game, and they also get bigger as you go. Now, I was kind of hyping up DCSS as a smart game for smart people, but these early levels with a strong melee character that I'm trying to play while talking don't really live up to that unless I get into subtle optimizations. So, while we haven't gotten very far, I'd like to show you some medium complexity gameplay from a later area, and then go through some slides. So, I'll just end this game here. Let's quit. And here's what you see at the end of a game, your inventory and your score. This is an Ogre Air Elementalist run, the 7th game in a series of wins. So how are we going to do this? Well, I'm going to start off with Finesse, and obviously we've been noticed by the Royal Jelly. Now I'm going to throw a net. It misses. That's a little bit surprising. Let's go again, and we get it. So now what am I going to do? I'm going to Heroism. I'm going to swap to my blowgun. And I'm going to quiver the silver javelins. They do extra damage against the Royal Jelly, so they should be pretty effective. I do have a haste potion here, but just the one, so I'm going to try to do this without haste. All right, let's shoot a silver javelin here. And let's portal projectile. And let's go again. And now let's quiver the Needles of Frenzy. And I'm going to frenzy one of these Azure Jellies. Misses. That's unusual. Let's go again. Resists. Let's go again. And we got it. Okay. Let's shoot our last one at this jelly. Didn't work. That's okay, though. Let's go ahead and read a Scroll of Immolation. And there we go. Let's maybe go with a Javelin of Penetration here. Take out these guys and cancel Portal Projectile, which is instant. Let's shoot like this. Yes. Go again. And we can just finish these guys off with some large rocks if we want. There we go. That's a pretty clean kill. We can just finish these guys off. I guess I'll walk out of the flame cloud. Yeah, throw some more large rocks. And there we go. That's a clean kill. Okay then, time for the slides. Now, to talk about what makes DCSS a good game, I also have to talk about what makes roguelikes in general good, so we can consider why DCSS does a good job of implementing those patterns. Different people mean different things by the word roguelike, so here's what I mean. Permadeath, procedural generation, consumable resources, discrete actions, and randomness in results. These roguelike design elements are, to me, a package based around permadeath. Permadeath means playing the start repeatedly, and procedural generation is needed to keep that from being repetitive. Permadeath also means difficulty can't be smoothed out by players replaying hard parts more, and procedural generation tends to lead to uneven difficulty because there's less thought and testing going into any particular level. Consumable resources smooth out that difficulty and can add more tactical depth. Then, turn based games give players time to consider using a variety of consumable items, and they smooth out difficulty a little bit because players can play hard parts more slowly. So, why is permadeath worth designing around? That's because it forces players to consider probabilities. Imagine poker with saves and reloads. That would be pretty boring, wouldn't it? When you're heading into the unknown in a randomly generated world, your game state is this huge universe of possibility, which is much bigger than any particular result. Permadeath and randomness forces players to engage with that and effectively makes games bigger. But remember, it is possible to take things too far and dilute possibilities until they aren't even worth considering. Now, let's talk about DCSS specifically. Roguelikes need replayability, and DCSS has a lot of replayability. It doesn't just have many combinations of species and background and deity, it's also refined those over time to give distinct gameplay, more so than most other games with multiple character options. It also has hundreds of item types and hundreds of spells, so there's a lot of variety even with the same combo. This is especially true for casters. There are hundreds of distinct and viable strategies based around some combination of three spell schools with a bit of other stuff. And that's because there are hundreds of spells, but also because their combinations are interesting. The game also changes to some extent depending on what resistances you find. If you have poison resistance but not fire resistance or vice versa, that changes which enemies are really threatening. If the cost of skills or items is linear with power, players will tend to focus all their upgrades on one or two things. That's what happens in Brogue, and partly because of that, Brogue only has a few viable strategies. On the other hand, if costs are exponential, then players tend to get about the same amount of everything. But with polynomial costs, players will tend to get a good mix of upgrades, and that means there are more viable combinations. That's what DCSS has, and I actually think the skill system in DCSS is a pretty interesting design. It's definitely a concept you might want to copy in new games. DCSS actually has enough viable strategies that you can see distinct styles across the very best players, the top 20 or top 10 or whatever. Consumables are important for roguelikes, and DCSS has a particularly well designed set. I'm not going to go through all of them, but some of my favorites are Wands of Digging, Scrolls of Immolation, Scrolls of Fear, and Potions of Lignification. DCSS has a lot of features. It has a similar amount of programming work in it to a modern AAA game, but it all went into the kind of stuff that hardcore players and programmers tend to care about. You can play it online. You can play it offline. Online games have player statistics and logs and leaderboards, and you can spectate them too. There's Lua scripting, macros, search functions for stuff you've seen, and so on. Overall, more development work has gone into DCSS than any other traditional roguelike. That also means it has a lot of content, over 500 creature types, hundreds of items and spells, pixel art for all that, and that increases replayability. It increases depth by adding more choices for things like equipment and consumable usage. And it also lets players find a style they like, which makes the game appeal to more people. DCSS has been developed by a group, and everyone has their own perspective. It's also been tested by a bunch of smart people over a fairly long period of time. This means it's been considered from multiple angles, and the result is that its design philosophy isn't a single conceptual framework so much as points where the different philosophies of different people overlap. For example, eliminating or automating no brainer decisions where one option is strictly better than another but perhaps more annoying is part of the official DCSS philosophy. But personally, I consider that an intersection point of game psychology, UI design principles, philosophy of games, and game design theory. You could say that the philosophy of DCSS is do stuff that people who like DCSS like, which is circular, but it works. A blend of heuristics like this is usually better than one, and games have multiple goals to meet, so if you're making a game, don't be ideological. Of course, DCSS isn't perfect, so what does it lack? Well, it doesn't have modern 3D graphics, and it doesn't have sounds. Sure, DCSS has a pretty good tile set, but it's not really a visually impressive game by modern standards. Plus, there are all those unseemly numbers on the screen. We could instead play something like Ghosts of Tsushima, which has a much simpler interface and far fewer numbers. Just look at this clean minimalist overlay. It's almost like there's nothing at all. Nothing at all. And that really shows off these sexy graphics. But to a roguelike player, these are stupid sexy graphics because it's such a waste to use the whole screen to show the player character in grass or whatever when all you need is a little grass icon on a little tile, right? But I personally don't think aesthetics and information density are directly in conflict. I'd instead say that it's harder to do both than to just do one, and doing one well is already pretty hard. DCSS also doesn't have very good discoverability. People can play it for years without learning about useful features. And DCSS doesn't guide new players very much. It has lots of information available in game, but unlike some games, it doesn't really guide you towards some set of standard good strategies. Really, rather than reading the manual or doing the tutorial, you're probably better off watching a good player on YouTube. So, while DCSS has tons of replayability and tons of content, if you're a new player and all you do is play a melee character and die on the first few levels over and over, you'll never get to see it, and that's exactly what happens a lot of the time. Personally, I'd rather play a flawed but sometimes great game than a game that's mediocre at everything, and despite its flaws, I consider DCSS one of the best games of all time, so give it a try if you haven't. Well, that's all. Thanks for watching my talk.
Wonderful. Thanks for that great talk.
Glad you liked it.
I think we have some questions for you.
Excellent.
Alexi asks, have you considered any in-game ways to encourage players to try more builds or combinations of characters instead of sort of staying with what they're comfortable with?
That is something I've thought about. I haven't implemented anything yet because it's a difficult problem, but a couple things I was considering were an official series of video tutorials for different archetypes, and another is having a set of well-designed mid-game character saves, characters in progress that players can unlock as they make progress and then play, so that new players can see how some good players build their characters. I'm open to suggestions, though.
Cool. And then Kawa was curious how your fork of DCSS differs from core DCSS.
Well, the changelog is quite long. You can see it on the bcrawl site, but I can break things into a few categories. I added some new species and spells to try to support more strategies and play styles. There were a few holes where you could go for something and the game wouldn't catch you. The game wouldn't follow up with your planned strategy. And I tried to fill those in. I also adjusted some things that I thought were a bit unfair or overly random. For example, I reduced the max duration of player paralysis and replaced shaft traps. I also buffed or reworked some enemies that were weak or boring, in my opinion. And I added a few things to try to help new players, like a warning when a dangerous enemy comes into view, and also a game mode with multiple lives.
Cool. Hyper Gardens wants to know if you enjoy the early game or if you find it tedious, and how do you get out of sort of death tilt spirals when you lose?
Well, the early game sets up your character. It is certainly simpler in many ways than the later game. But if you're on a win streak, it's also the most dangerous part of the game for a good player. And you can look up some people on YouTube who've done long streaks, and you can see they play the first couple levels very, very carefully, and there are a number of subtle tricks you can bring into play. That said, I do personally enjoy the mid game and late game a bit more.
Someone wants to hear 3 reasons why the Spriggans of Quasal are the best.
Well, they're fast and they're loud and they just don't care about anything. I mean, that's kind of a that's a meme question, but
yeah, that's a great answer though. Someone else asks, what do you think that DCS lacks most immediately and strongly? Like, what should be
popularity? but personally, I think that it should have a mode with multiple lives, like I added to B-Crawl. That is something the devs have said they probably won't do, though.
Doc Eon asks, how do you feel about the decision-making process behind new features in DCSS?
I haven't really been involved enough in that to really want to comment. So you should ask Pleasing Fungus tomorrow.
Okay. And that might be all of the questions that we have.
Okay. That gives us some extra time for the next person then.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for your talk.
Thanks for having me.
Cool. Our next session is going to be a live, interactive video game. The video game is called Help Me Steal the Mona Lisa. We saw it at the preview event. And it is procedurally generated, and it will require all of your involvement. Eli and Willem will do a great job of guiding you through that involvement in a bit. So yeah, if you all want to introduce yourselves, we can get gaming pretty soon.
Yeah, sure. I will go first. Also, Zach is going to show up at some point. He's the third of us. So yeah, I'm Eli. I'm one of the two present Delve Bros, which is the name of our company because our last name is Delventhal, and we are all brothers. It's very original, I know. I guess give some background on me. I've been working in the game industry in some shape or form for the last, 12 years or something like that. I most notably worked at Lumosity for a long time on the games team there, working on all of the different games in the Lumosity product. Yeah, and that's probably enough for me. What about you, Will? I can't hear you, Will. You're muted.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi. Well, my name is Willem. I am the youngest of the Delve Bros. I also worked at Lumosity for some time, although now I am self-employed and do all kinds of gamey stuff. What to talk about? We're in the prototyping phase of our business. The stars have aligned here. Okay. No worries if late, but curious if you want this captioned. Don't know. Do we want this captioned, Eli?
Sure.
Sure, if it's not a hassle. I don't think it's a big deal if not. But yeah, the stars have aligned. We were all kind of doing our own thing and had always talked and dreamed about starting a game company together. We've all been in sort of disparate parts of the game industry for a long time. And well, the gods smiled upon us and actually gave us the opportunity to start a company just about 2 months ago, something like that. And we've been prototyping since then, trying to decide what game to actually build out. This is currently one of our highest value games, one of the games that people really seem to like. And it's super interesting. The concept is this infinite multiplayer. What does it look like for a streamer to be able to have everybody in their audience actually playing the video game with them? So Stream Heist is what we came up with.
Yeah. So maybe I should kick this off. What do you think, Noah, or whoever wants to answer? Should we kick this off now, or should we wait 4 minutes, kind of entertain people, dance like this?
Okay. Oh, also, I'm a little bit confused. Do we have half an hour or do we have an hour?
I think we have a half hour. Oh, we have an hour.
1 hour. All right.
Cool.
Well, y'all get comfortable.
We'll try to take up an hour. We thought it was a half hour of content, so we'll see. I'll describe a bit about the game as well. Oh, Noah's there. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, you can start whenever you want, and you can go as long as you want. After you're done, we're going to be hanging out in the social space. There's lots of rooms. We'll hang out and talk. And then later we'll move to other social spaces, but do it as long as it seems natural.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Noah. Okay, so quick, since we're in the roguelike celebration right now, and I already watched some of the cool talks, I wanted to mention a little bit about the tech behind this and how this works, since I'm sure you're all a little curious. The levels which you'll see soon are all procedurally generated and are generated using a variant of Drunkard's Walk, which I forget the name of the speaker, but he talked about it earlier a couple hours ago.
I don't even know what this is.
It's the level generation algorithm. It's basically controlled randomness. Anyway, why don't I start sharing my screen and we'll get this
shit, bro. So everybody figure out a good way to have a second screen up. I recommend, it's brother number 3. You're late.
I thought we were starting in 3 minutes.
They asked us to be here 10 minutes early.
I had to pretty myself up.
That's true. Well, you look very pretty.
Thank you.
Oh my God, an infinite loop.
Nice.
Perfect.
All right, so I'm going to boot up the game. Unless you want to say some stuff.
Yes. Yeah, I think only things to say is, as I introduced earlier, so we're the Delve Bros. There are 3 of us, as you can see here. Youngest, middle, I don't know if you guys are seeing the same pointing that I'm doing. Middle, oldest. And we've been around for about 2 months going through a prototyping phase. We are on Discord. We like to build our games with our Discord community. So they're giving us feedback, answering quizzes, telling us what they think sucks, what they think is great. So come join us on Discord. If nothing else, it is bit.ly/delvebros. You'll see it in the bottom right as we start playing the game. Zach, you want to introduce how they can play this with us? And then Eli, you can start it up.
Let me boot it.
Eli, why don't you start up the main game client so we can get that link up. But yeah, so this game is called Stream Heist by the Delve Bros. And what we're trying to do here is sort of pioneer a new way for Twitch streamers to interact with their audience. So this is a roguelike heist game that folks can play, and you'll see Eli playing the game proper. But if you go to that URL on there, heist.link/#6ROT, then you'll actually go to a web interface where you, the viewer, can interact with the game.
Yes.
So we're doing this sort of heist art thief thing, and the idea is that you are the art thief's tech team. So you've got this full-fledged, very powerful command line app that you can access from the web to do things like hack devices, control them, and assist our art thief, who will be Eli. So go ahead and go to that link if you haven't already and start messing around while we get it started. Hopefully it's all pretty self-explanatory if you've ever worked with a command line interface before. If not, good luck.
Type help. I'm going to give them a little bit more than that.
Yeah, type help. I mean, it says that. It says that when you boot it up.
It says people don't read.
I want to be clear that Pilfer Services is not responsible for anything that should happen should you use Heist Link improperly.
Yes.
Just remember that. All right. Let's
good to
jump
know.
in.
And for anyone who played this before, welcome back.
Yeah. It's different.
It's different.
All right. Let me do some introductions. So I am playing as Luc Montblanc, some French art thief or aspiring art thief who, of course, is super rich, but he gets a nice loan from Daddy in order to get his fledgling art thievery business going. He's also managed to connect himself up to Heist Link, which is this amazing service built by Pilfer Services, which is a shadowy organization that does mysterious things. So you can see here that it's very expensive to be part of Heist Link, and it's also very expensive to be Luc Montblanc, because he's got to have that 1947 bottle of Cheval Blanc, which is the most expensive bottle of wine in the world. I looked this up.
It's the only way to wake up in the morning.
Yeah, it's the only way. And then also these other expenses. So the way that the game is going to work is that every time we steal art, we're going to gain money. And every time we die, by die I mean get captured or whatever, and every day that passes, we're going to lose money. So here's the map. We're going to choose a place to go rob. Let's start with the Met because it's a nice, simple place with trivial security. It is currently showcasing tech, old and new, which is, very interesting in 1973, which is when this game takes place. Yes, we also will be robbing Etruscan artifacts. Moi TW. Yeah, we're going to start with trivial security. It's going to be trivial. I know you guys are going to destroy this, but we'll just to get us intro.
At least I hope you destroy it. I'm going to judge you if you don't. If Zach or I ever successfully hike before you guys, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah. Guys, I know you're going to be good. So I've just busted into the museum. You can see I'm locked in a small room. I can pop out my cool hacker view and see what's around. Got some security cameras and stuff and some paintings. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw my little hacking dongle on Color Door. So now if you guys type in list, it should show you that Color Door is a device that is connected. So you try typing list now.
Ooh, look at those animations, Zach. Wow.
And then you should be able to hack Color Door. Nice. Okay, they see it.
If they break, I apologize.
There's a 2 in it.
Oh, Sam!
I didn't do anything.
Good job. Sam has hacked Color Door. So Sam, can you also please unlock and perhaps even open Color Door? I can't unlock it myself. Oh, beautiful. There. Wow.
Wow.
Done it.
Nice.
All right. So I've now been able to walk through Color Door. Look at, here's a sweet piece of art to steal. Stupid Viking and smart peasant. Seems like a cool game that we may or may not have worked on before. $50,000.
I don't think it's that much money.
What'd you say?
A bit of an exaggeration on the value of that video game.
No, it's totally worth it. Let's hack Bloom Cam 1, guys, so that it doesn't get me. And we're also going to throw a dongle over here on Ink Door. And also let's try to get a Dame Door. So let's say if your first name starts with the letters A through P, you want to hack the camera. And if you've got N, I'm not doing this alphabet right, Q through W.
Nobody's listening to you. Just hack it.
Okay.
I'm so bad at hacking.
All right, great. So
why is everyone better than me? And I built it.
Rileyus.
Whoever hacked the camera. Oh yeah, beautiful. Turn the camera left a bunch, please. Or right is good. Yeah, then I can run by. Oh, whoa, hey guys. Come on. I can run by here. Where's the next artwork to steal? Oh, there's literally only one here. Let's just get this art and then get out.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna try to get past. Can you turn the camera right? Turn right. Turn right. Yes, perfect.
Which camera?
$10.
Bloom Cam. Well, that's a bunch of
modern art, though.
It is only squares. All right. So because this was a trivial little place,
I could draw that.
Nothing else to steal, so I'm going to exit.
Well, that was like the tutorial, so.
We made almost no money, which means that our bottle of wine is really hurting us. And these licenses.
Oh my God.
But that's okay.
We're gonna need to get another loan from Daddy.
No, we've got 50K. We're gonna make a profit next time.
Oh my God, that's terrible. Okay.
Wow.
The wine, you can't live without the wine, dastardly. You just can't.
It's really important.
You have no option. All
right. So should I go
And
to
I'm sick of
the
you
next
complaining about
difficult
it.
one? Easy? Art we stole from Asia is the exhibit.
No.
No? Are we going to jump to a harder one?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the tape.
Yeah, I think we've got a good group here. I think we can handle a harder one.
I mean, I didn't successfully hack anything, so
We got to make some money, bro. We are losing cash.
You get that money.
You reward this crack tech team for long.
Modern art.
right.
What else?
Let's start with it. I agree with Alexi that we can probably do even harder, but let's just to make sure we're going to
Also,
go.
we have an hour,
the tape
so
first,
you guys are stuck here with us.
which is distributing modern art. What else? Yeah, and we got a half hour here.
All
right. I've climbed down.
Okay.
Tape.
I'm in. I'm ready.
Blue door hacked, guys.
I'm gonna beat you guys this time. I'm ready.
A lot more stuff going on in it. And as I mentioned earlier, yeah, these levels are all procedurally generated using a variant of Drunk Walk. Essentially, the layout is generated first, and then the layout is filled with rooms that can fit within the space, starting with the biggest room first, and then the smaller rooms afterward. Nice. Excellently done.
I literally guessed one thing, and then somebody else already got it.
You guys are amazing at this. All right. Exhibiting modern art. What else? Exhibition dates forever. I don't show anything else at this museum, do they?
I would just like to point out here, because I'd like to make your life more difficult. You don't have to help him. I mean,
they've been so helpful so far.
It's so nice.
We want to ruin
I
the
mean,
street.
you have autonomy of choice.
Well, I think they should hack Mario and Scotty.
Okay.
And whoa, geez, I almost just got.
Oh, whoop.
It's a precarious spot. I'm gonna try to get this camera. All right, Delve Cam.
Okay.
Delve Cam.
I'm gonna get one of these.
Familiar.
Delve Cam 1. Then I can go steal that without getting
Delve
seen.
Cam. No, I keep expecting it to
Locking and
auto-support
unlocking
for
the
me,
blue
and
door.
I'm messing up.
Nice! Mario has been
This hack
hacked.
animation is maybe too long.
So
Whoa,
you
look
can
at
now
this character.
tell Mario to go north, south, east, or west. You can also tell him to go to any other place where I've thrown a little dongle.
Man, y'all are too powerful.
So yeah, you can like tell Mario to move.
Is anything not hacked? Oh, okay.
We're
Scott.
again. Oh, wow, guys.
That's already hacked. What?
The camera pan left. Is that useful?
Well, everything is
Yeah,
hacked.
that's great. I can. Oh shoot.
Oh no.
I've been seen.
Uh oh.
Send Mario away.
Are they hacked? What are they?
Door's locked.
Wait, who is it? Who is attacking?
I just stole something called your mom. I think I'm okay.
What robot is attacking you?
Both of
They're all
them.
hacked.
I got away.
Okay.
Yeah, are they dongled or?
They are dongled. Yeah, actually, here, let's get this. Hey, why is Scotty coming? Who did that? No.
So for anyone who, if this isn't clear to anybody, if a device is already hacked, you can say control device and control it and do whatever you want, rather than saying hack.
Why is Scotty coming over here? I'm getting worried. I'm gonna steal Pearl Girl.
Help.
Should be spelled with U's. I think you're right about that, Zach.
Pro girl.
What is this strange assortment of numbers that I can send, Scotty?
Why is Mario here? What? Okay, all right.
Scotty's coming for you.
Bro, you're not very good at this game.
No!
Are you?
I ran into a dead end.
Oh no! Oh no!
They're really bad shots, though. I'm pretty lucky so far.
Okay,
I don't know where to go. I think I have to rely on you guys to send them somewhere that is not where I am. I got hit. Someone unlock the door. France
What's
door.
our first door? Blue door. Send him to blue door.
Go, Scotty. Okay, go to blue door.
This is very gracefully done right now. Oh, wow. Okay, wait. Where's Toad going?
I think I'm trying to send Scotty away. Is it working?
I'm safe for now. Someone can send... Oh, Toad is not hacked. He's trying to go back home.
Let's do that. Let's hack Toad.
Send Delve Cam 1 as a great target for all the drones, if people can send the drones over there.
Okay.
Stealth Cam 1, and then someone's got to hack Toad.
I'm hacking Toad. I'm in. I'm in the matrix. See, you guys see numbers, ones and zeros. I see woman in a red dress and drones. I don't remember the quote.
Getting really trolled
Hey.
by you guys right now.
You're good at talking.
Mario.
See,
Someone just
guys, there's
unlocked
an
the
A and a
door.
C in Toad Cam. I mean, in Toad.
There's a D as well.
Eldar.
All right, Toad is hacked. Brent's door
Toad
just
hacked.
needs to get unlocked. It's already hacked.
Eldar hacked him.
It's
It's
running
ridiculous.
loop-de-loops. Good thing they're not very smart. Okay, someone just needs to unlock Brant's door, and I can pop in there.
It's Grand Store hacks list.
All right, all right. I'm gonna close this behind me.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna pull the hacking device off, and now you guys can't hack that door, which means I'm safe from these robots for now.
Come on, man! Ruining my fun.
I gotta steal some friggin' artwork. Tail door. Picasso, got it. I should have let you see that. Sorry, it's too fast.
Okay.
This is
All
a good
right,
group
some
of
more
hackers
drones
we
for you
got.
to harass me with. We got
Y'all are
me,
really good at hacking. Oh,
Me and Will haven't gotten a single one.
I have not. I know.
Bill. Me and Bill.
Kale door. No one has hacked Kale door yet.
Really?
Hodor.
We need to.
Hodor is one of the hardest ones to hack.
Oh, B. Arthur. You know I gotta hack her.
Oh crap! I didn't think it saw me.
Oh, there goes Kale door. All I have to say is that no one has hacked it, and it gets hacked in 13 seconds. Have you gotten all the art?
Most of it. Maybe I should just escape at this point, huh?
Well, we're
Or
kind of out
try.
of money. No, we should get it all.
Okay, there's some right here.
Okay, okay. Oh,
This is Full Game Company.
Wow.
This drone's on my butt.
Oh my god!
How did I not get shot? Maybe we need to make him a better shot next time. Ah, someone needs to unlock this door. Unlock.
Just got the
What door?
moves,
What
bro.
door? What door is it?
Blue door. Blue door.
Blue door.
I need to escape.
Open. Unlock. Open. It's open, I think. Unlock. Open.
Ah.
Unlock.
Okay.
Open.
Okay. Okay.
Got it. Hold on. No.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wow, guys.
Made it.
I shouldn't have said that thing about having to mess with you.
Yeah. Well, that was a
Everything
close
was
one.
good.
I'm really lucky. There's such bad shots.
Yeah.
I think I got hit twice that whole time. It's kind
Did
of
we
crazy.
make
Yeah,
it
who
enough?
programmed them to be such bad shots?
It wasn't us.
It's 1973. They haven't specialized the targeting software.
Apparently, Mario
Targeting
locked
AI
the blue door,
stuff.
Eli.
Mario did what?
Locked the blue door on you. That was who closed it at the end there.
Oh, thanks, Mario.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we made a profit this time.
That's good.
Great.
Nice.
You're not going to need any help from Daddy.
Yeah, we almost paid back our daddy loan. Let's get even harder. Do we want to steal Etruscan artifacts? Does someone know how to pronounce that? Maybe someone can print the pronunciation.
It's Etruscan.
It's definitely not
No.
Etruscan, bro.
Etruscan. Definitely Etruscan.
Yeah, but if you say things with enough conviction, people will believe it.
I mean, I won't,
Yeah.
but sure.
All right, I'm gonna go Etruscan.
Okay.
I feel like jump in the Lugar.
You want to just
Well,
jump right to
we have a full
Lugar?
hour, Zach.
We're doing a full hour.
Apparently, we don't have to go the whole time, but we have a full hour.
Let's see what the chat thinks. Do you
All right.
guys want to do the Etruscan or the Louvre?
The Louvre is
is
where the Mona Lisa.
extreme.
Yeah.
Lugar.
They are currently showing medieval stuff. And Gregorian is
You can go to the
showing,
Louvre if you
as
can help it.
dastardly calls out, art, 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 and art.
Mhm,
I see a
mhm.
vote for
That
art,
checks
art,
out.
art.
Okay.
And
All
a vote
right,
for
let's
the
do
Louvre.
it.
2 votes for the Louvre. Do we have
Well,
3 votes
what?
for the Louvre?
If we got a third vote.
All right.
Yeah, let's do
We
it.
got a 3rd vote from Adrian. I know Adrian. What's
All
up,
right,
Adrian?
all right. Hi, Adrian.
All right, we're
Hello.
gonna burgle the Louvre. This is gonna be hard if you guys are trolling.
I got
me.
my hacking fingers ready.
You got to do your warm up, Zach.
This level
That
is
works.
huge. We're gonna
I mean,
start
I've been
with a couple
useless
of-
this whole time. So.
I haven't gotten anything. Why are there 2 doors right there?
There's a lot in here.
Your 1x1 room. Oh my god.
Wow.
You know what? I forgot to have you guys hack alarms too, so we can try that soon.
Okay. Wait, what are we hacking right now? Oh, the doors.
Either the UK
Yeah.
door or the UK gate. I'll leave it up to you.
I'm going for UK gate. Which, now that I've said that, means someone's going to successfully hack it before I can even type anything.
There's a 1 in it.
1. 2.
Excellent. Nicely done.
Okay,
door.
UK gate is still open. UK gate is still open. There's a 3 in it.
I also threw a. Oh, nice. Okay, unlocked and
Great.
Thank you.
Why are we even here, Zach?
Oh, someone locked
The
it. And it
talk
set
and
off
look
the
nice.
alarm. Okay, well, can someone hack the SOS and tell it to stop alarming? Nice. Can you tell that to disarm?
Are you
Oh,
hiding?
Girl, girl, there's 2 copies of it. French gun lady. Oh, I got it.
Oh man, look at that! Look, wait, you missed the best painting.
I'm almost dead. I got 1 more.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Bobbing and weaving. Bobbing and weaving. Oh.
Maybe there don't need to be more.
We have to
All right.
try again. We have to.
We
Yeah,
lost
sure.
cash there, guys.
Does that start the whole game over, or is it just
No, it's
Okay,
just
good.
when we run out of money. And fortunately, the robots are not smart enough to search my pockets. So we actually still made a profit.
Wow.
Why would you keep all your money in your pockets when you go rob a museum? You have a bank
okay.
account?
He may be a crack thief, but there's a reason he needs his tech team, you know?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's true.
So
So
I had
we
to pay
keep his money.
$50,000 in bribes. bribes! We are probably going to pay a lot of bribes. If we go like that again.
This time, though. This time's the charm.
All right, yeah. That was just the practice run.
Yeah, that was the practice run.
All right, here we go.
A fun fact for everybody. The first animation to enter a new level used to be you were actually hiding in a bathroom and you peeked over the stall to make sure no one else was in here.
True. But I was unable to fit a bathroom in a 4x4 square, which is how big each room segment is. So that's why it's now roof entry.
Yep. We're gonna put like a porta potty next time, maybe.
Oh, Will,
I
look
feel
at
like you could get a bathroom down to that size if you really
Yeah,
wanted to.
yeah. It just takes dedication.
Yeah, maybe. A bathroom where you can enter it from any side?
Yeah.
All right, great. Whoa, oh my god.
Cypherpunk. Nice job.
Hey guys, be careful of messing around with the command line interface too much because we haven't blocked.
Look at that cool logo!
Wow!
I got it. Oh, but the thing's on me. This is
Guys, just be careful of what commands
What
you
happened?
use in the command line interface, though.
Someone can hack Willem.
Okay, hack
Try
me.
to deke him.
That sounded dirty.
Ow. Stop it. Stop it, Will.
I'm not. I'm trying.
Will, stop it.
I gotta watch this beautiful animation.
Someone needs to
Hold
hack
on.
you. Stop it.
Okay, there's a A.
Oh my god, it shot me through
There's
the
a
pillar!
B.
Who made this game?
There's no C. There's a D. A,
I
B,
escaped
D,
it.
E, F. That means that it has to be A, B, D, E, F. A.
I need to not get shot for 30
A, B,
seconds
C.
so my armor regenerates.
E, F.
Okay, well, guys.
Okay, one touch.
Air door.
This takes so long. I kind of think that I'm good at this, but I know that I'm not.
Look at this tiny barrel. I mean, it's so cute.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I must have scaled
Okay,
it wrong.
Oh.
I was trying very hard that time to hack Willem.
I can't get past this. Look at this work of art. This is beautiful. I love this medieval stuff exhibit.
Go Willem.
Oh, wait.
That's how you
Send
go
Willem at me.
Will.
Send Willem somewhere else, please.
Go to Jazz Door. I'm gonna send them away. I'm
Yeah,
gonna send
Jazz
them
door.
away.
That's great. Nice. Get out of here, Will. Leave me alone. Okay. All right, we're gonna hack Tracy and Joyce. That's my mom's name and my wife's mom's name, and they're hanging out together. That's cute.
Weird. Okay, wait. Who are we hacking?
Tracy and Joyce.
Okay.
Let me try to just dodge them. Can't get too close. Now this is a nice try. Okay, does this look like fire to you guys or gold? Because oh great, what's going on? Someone said Willem at me again?
No, no.
Come on. Oh, okay. All right, Tracy. Leave me alone, Tracy. Oh, I got stuck.
Oh no!
Bro, you're not supposed to run into their field
And
of
the
view.
camera saw me too.
Control Will.
I'm okay.
Wow. Go to Jazz Door.
Thank you for rescuing me. Let's go through Italy Gate. Oh, it looks like there's nothing through Italy Gate, so let's forget about it.
Where's the Mona Lisa? Cone hack. Man,
Nice
I'm amazed at the number of people that are hacking. Like, has anyone hacked more than one thing? Not even.
I don't think so.
Everyone's
so
good.
many-
Night Store would be good to hack.
Do it.
No, don't send Tracy. Thank you. Someone rescued me. No, don't send Joyce. No. Come on.
That wasn't even me.
Come on. Oh, now the camera saw me, and it's getting it. Oh, it's just. Where do I go? There's nowhere safe.
You might want to. I don't know. Maybe we should lock some of these in a room, and you can pull the antenna off
That's
of
a
them,
good
so
idea.
people can't send them after you anymore.
3, 4,
Yeah, where's
5,
the good
7.
room to lock them in? Someone hacked the Italy Gate, and they're still following me. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. So let's send them into Italy Gate. Send all the robots to Italy Gate, and then you can close the door behind. Meanwhile, I'll just try to dodge back and forth. Oh, the camera's just staring at me. That's never going to escape while it sees me. Oh boy.
4.
Nice store. Nice. Yeah, Joyce, get in there.
Ah!
Joyce,
I was so
Far
close to
enough.
getting that one.
we've got to send
You did
Joyce
it.
north.
Sportster.
Oh boy.
You jerk.
Ah,
I actually almost have one. Where are we trying to go now, Eli?
we can send. You know what? Let's just go. I'm gonna go through this door. Wait, who locked it?
Oh, ah!
I thought it was unlocked.
So overall, I thought roguelike were like cool people. Overall, not very friendly.
They're a feisty bunch.
You managed to blow up your command line. CP Creek, you blew up the command line?
What do you mean?
Someone just posted it in the chat asking if anybody managed to blow up their command line. Oh, stop it! Cool, I can go this way. I busted the door open.
What does that mean?
If
blow
there's
up
like
the
a
command
bug
line?
or something in the command line, you could post it in our Discord. That would be helpful.
Yes.
Add enough dudes.
That's what we're talking about.
All right, guys, we're going through Ram Door.
Yes.
That's the only way to get to the next part.
Okay. Is it hacked? Is it locked? Is it hacked?
It's not even hacked. We got to go through there. Oh, wait. Why?
Okay.
Why? No. Send them away.
Hack.
Go away, Tracy.
Nice door. Wait, nice door or ram door?
Ram Door. Oh, boy. You could send the drones to Nice Door.
Okay. Wait, I gotta hack this. Ah, Eric!
Okay, someone needs to unlock Ram Door now. And send Joyce somewhere else. She's killing me, guys. She's killing me. Go away, Joyce. Oh, wait, Ivy! You're not even hacked. What are you doing here?
She heard all the commotion. She wanted to see what
Joyce? How do I spell
Running in a
Joyce?
random direction.
Go to Jazz Door. Did you find the Mona Lisa?
Gotta be somewhere. For those of you interested in procedural level generation, this generates one continuous path and then branches off of it. At the beginning of the continuous path is where you start, and at the end is the Mona Lisa. Therefore, it's the furthest point from the beginning.
Indeed.
All right, somebody send a drone at him.
Okay. It actually seems safer for me to not hack the drones because I can predict how they're going to move.
And people won't try to kill you with them?
Leaf Door's already connected up. Someone can
Leaf
hack
Door?
that.
Do we have to open it?
Yeah, I'm not doing a good job of telling you what to do. Looks like we got a bunch of paintings to the south.
Open.
Wow, nicely
Leaf
done.
Door.
Very fast. All right, great.
Eric, I think I've seen Eric hack 2 or 3 things now. Oh no.
Close the door.
Oh boy. Take the thing off. No, open it. I don't know what happened.
It's on the other side.
I couldn't get it.
No, Tom! That's my dad, and he's killing me.
No, we're so close.
I'm almost
I'm
dead.
loving every part of this.
Oh, crap.
Please door.
Ella, go back to Twilight.
What bots are chasing you?
I found it!
Wow!
Oh! Oh, dang it.
Excellent. Well done. I think
CP Krieg,
I think everyone here deserves credit
what's with that
for
link?
this evening that we've had.
God, you guys.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
You guys.
I did get the Mona Lisa.
No, you
but it's only
didn't.
worth $5 because it's a fake.
Oh, it didn't show you the animation.
I just died.
What? What a twist ending.
Da, da, da. But, well, do you guys want me to turn on debug commands so you can read the message, or do you not care?
Wait, read the message?
Run through the level with debug stuff on. Or should we stop there? How's everybody feel?
I feel like that might be a good spot.
Yeah?
Should we do like a little... I mean, I don't know, it's kind of an awkward format for a Q&A. I don't know if people are interested in that, or we could keep playing, I guess. We technically got another half hour, but...
Yeah?
It was pretty fun.
Yeah, shoot. Regardless, whatever we do, shoot any messages you guys got about the game or about the Delve Bros into the chat there, and we'll answer.
Yeah, and actually, you might have seen it posted, but okay, so people want to do another, so let's go back to the Louvre. If we want to do that, or do we want to go to Gregorian this time? It'll be a little easier.
Let's try Gregorian, a little easier.
Okay.
Or we could do the National Gallery.
I'm so upset.
My weak heart.
I felt that death in my heart.
That was pretty epic. So close.
We couldn't. Okay, so for next time, we have to program this in a way so that automatically happens, because that was epic.
Just always kills you at the last minute.
You just always die when you get the Mona Lisa.
Looks like Nico wants me to talk more about the procedural generation of the rooms. So I will do that while trying to play. So you guys hack whatever. I won't give you any instructions. So, Nico, there's multiple layers, basically, to the generation. The first thing that happens is basically a drunkard's walk. As I said, a single contiguous path is built, kind of like a drunkard's walk thing, except it violates drunkard's walk.
Damn it, Eric!
Oh, great. And that it refuses to connect with any previous room. So that means that it creates essentially a line where no point connects back to any other point. And then that basically becomes the start and then the end goal for the Mona Lisa. In the case of the Louvre, the other levels don't have an end goal. Great work, guys. Thank you. So once you start with that, then there's a number of rooms that just get placed off of the initial path, and those can connect with one another. So you end up with, if you can see the mini-map here, you end up with this sort of open kind of thing that is kind of following a path. So it's sort of like you'll end up with a path-like structure that's filled with space. So then what it does is there's a bunch of different view types that can fill the space. I should give you something to do, sorry. Oh, I'm blocked in here now. Thank you. There's a bunch of different room types that fill the space of different sizes. So there's 3x3 at the biggest, and then 2x2, and then 1x1, and then there's also like 3x1 and like L passageways and stuff.
Yeah, give it stuff to hack.
I can't because I'm locked in here. Oh. Just gotta let me out.
Oh, don't let him out. Don't let him out.
Okay, yes. Ramgate, thank you. Great, we'll go here. Let's hack this camera. Oh boy, the camera's on me. Just don't open this door, guys. Just don't open
door. What door should I not open?
I won't tell you.
Why? But I want to know so that I don't accidentally open it.
No, not that door. Okay, anyway. So it takes the biggest size rooms, starting with a 3x3, and tries to find spaces that it can fill. So you can see on the mini-map, there's definitely a 3x3 space there. So to place those 3x3s, once that space is filled, then obviously no other rooms can go there. So it's kind of like if you've heard that old thing of like filling up if you want to fill a glass with sand and pebbles and big rocks, you got to put the big rocks in first, then the pebbles will fall in the spaces, then the sand will fall in those spaces. That's essentially how it fills the level.
That's a cool
So
metaphor.
One by one will fill all the tiny little holes at the end. Guys, I still can't do anything unless someone unlocks the NYC door.
Oh.
Then it's got all the layouts, and basically every single room, like you can look at this one, has a bunch of manually built locations for that type of room where decorations, artwork, etc. can be placed. There's different layers of placement that happen. It places those based on heat maps in order to try to evenly distribute. And also, you don't end up generally with something like sticking through the wall because this is a valid place next to the door. Now we need to go through NYC gate. Forget this, I'm not busting. I'm living dangerous. So that's the general gist of the algorithm. Yeah, read the algorithm. There's nothing super smart about it. It's definitely not nearly as fast as it could be, but because I generate once per level. Oh wow, I died. Yeah. Anyway.
I'm talking. Eli, you might want to turn the game audio down a smidge. It's a little loud.
Oh,
quite loud.
I think I only hooked it up so I can turn down the music.
Something I would also something I would also love to hear from anybody in the chat is this idea of a game built for Twitch first, for streaming first, where an infinite number of people can play together and one person is kind of directing it. Stream Heist is kind of our first concept, but we've put maybe a month into this now, less even. So I would actually love to hear any ideas using this infinite multiplayer or Twitch first concept, but an alternate game idea. So, what was one of the other ones, Eli? Like the individual viewers can actually control different characters in a dungeon or something like that.
Yeah, like a roguelike would be really cool, I think, with this sort of format, which we didn't explain it, by the way. It's a simple web interface. So it's actually just all RESTful. So actually the game is every single second just sending a call. We're not even doing like long polling or anything. And then that way it's pretending to be synchronous, but it's not exactly synchronous, which is not a problem if you're on Twitch because you have the 8-second delay anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that idea, Darren, of like something that you're building together. Yeah, I think you have to find that balance between like allowing people to work together and then also allowing people to troll the streamer, because obviously that's maybe the most fun.
Yeah.
Hyper Gardens. That wasn't Hyper. That was Tone Hack. I agree that this also works really well in a smaller group. I think maybe something like Jackbox. Oh, someone already hacked John.
Yeah, one of our inspirations that has worked its way into many of our prototypes is like COVID relief. How do we allow people to hang out in unusual, exciting ways online?
Yeah,
we can't do it in person anymore.
I'm being chased.
Which device is this?
Branch exit.
Nice.
If you don't want to ever hack an exit, and I throw a thing up here, you can hack the alarm, and that's easier. But then I have to bust the door open, but it won't make an alarm.
Okay. Trivial.
Branch room. This room was made possible by a generous donation. What's in it? Nothing. Nice. So now that you broke it.
Wait, did I hack it?
Disarm the alarm. I forgot to tell you that. There you go. Nice. Also, you could, while I'm hiding here, you could trigger that alarm, and then all the robots will move towards it.
Oh, that's smart.
That's fun.
Steal the old white dudes.
So for anyone who has fun infinite multiplayer game ideas, as I've said before, we constantly try to design our games and play test with our community. We would love to have you over on Discord. You can see the link in the bottom right. We've seen a couple of you come join. Thank you for joining. So you'll get surveys and fun conversations, and we announce playtesting that we do every Thursday night. So come hang out on Discord, bit.ly/delvebros. We'd love to have you.
I'm missing anybody else? Are either of you reading the chat? I've been paying attention to the game.
We can't see the chat.
Yeah.
I am making my way towards the chat now. What room is it in?
Peter.
Oh.
You guys haven't been there the whole time?
I thought that we couldn't.
I just jumped in last minute. I was showering. All right, I'll be in the theater soon.
That'll look
I
good for
think.
the stream.
Maybe I'm already in there. Oh, I am. Hello.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna figure it out. I'll probably die, but it's okay.
Wait, what are you
Ultimate
figuring
Chicken
out?
Horse. Yeah, great call. Ultimate Chicken Heist.
Ooh,
Secretly a mastermind trainer.
Ultimate
Indeed.
Chicken Heist is brilliant.
Ultimate Chicken Heist. Oh, I love that idea. You build like the museum. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
that's
actually they set up what's going to be a challenge for you in the museum. I think here's another question for you, chat. What's more fun, cooperative with the player or competitive against the player, against the streamer?
Who did that?
Wait, Zach, how did you get to the chat?
I had to like sign up for a speaker ticket and like all that.
no.
There were some links in my email.
Too
Yeah, it
much.
took me like 15 minutes. I mean, I should have done that earlier if I were a responsible person, but
me too.
I might die. You're a pretty bad shot. Oh wait, did I just go backwards?
yeah.
I didn't even do
Going the
that.
wrong way, bro.
I gotta stop reading the chat and start playing.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting questions about this game is, can it be both a streamer game and like a party game with friends over Zoom or something? Those are two very different scales, right? Where you have a sort of asymmetric relationship. You've got the streamer. You don't actually know them personally. They're maybe on a pedestal a little bit or whatever. And they might have 100 people. I think, there's like 100 people right now who are all hacking. So it has to be balanced one way, and there's going to be a certain amount of trolling you have to control for. But then
the door.
it's just like 8 friends playing together, right? That's a very different experience, but it'd be nice to support both, especially in COVID times.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if competitive, a lot of people are talking about competitive versus cooperative in the chat. And I don't know if competitive makes sense with a streamer, but it might make sense in like a group of 8 friends or something.
Yeah, that would be really fun. I think this is interesting. I mean, it's definitely it's flirting with Jackbox. It's allowing people to interact online in this fun, interesting way. Another idea that somebody pointed out a while ago that we have thought about is like, do we even need a streamer? Could there be like a stupid AI that you're helping through this kind of thing?
Oh yeah. That's also this game. So Puppy Alto asks, how do you see this game scaling to streamers with hundreds of viewers when there are rarely more than 4 to 8 items that you can hack or control?
Yeah. Well, there's a great question.
Part of what we were going for with this hacking game was something which we could sort of scale up and down in difficulty. Is sort of like a hashing algorithm. Like if you've ever about like mining for Bitcoin or something like that. It's just kind of a brute force. Try and get it. And the more CPU cycles you have, the sooner you're likely to solve the Bitcoin hash. In a similar way, we can scale this mastermind thing up or down, so that the more Twitch streamers you have guessing, you'll be able to get it, in maybe a predictable amount of time. We can maybe scale it up or down depending on the number of streamers. The problem is that's not necessarily satisfying for the hacker, because if you're one of 100 hackers, and like we've scaled it in such a way that you have like a 1 out of 100 chance of being the one to get it, but just by chance someone gets it, it's just probably not you, then like, is that a fun experience? I don't know. It might be. Maybe depends on the streamer a little bit. But I think that is sort of an open question of, can we give people more things to do? In theory, you are watching a stream. That's the primary activity, and this is kind of a secondary activity. Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely something we're thinking about and playing around with. So good
Yeah,
question.
I think a couple of things that we've talked about and will be fun to implement is, first of all, more than just a mastermind game. So more interaction that you have to do in your command line interface. And are we gonna get to see the end thing?
No.
No,
I was even cheating and it didn't work.
Yeah, a couple things we would like to do is multiple mini games. So rather than just doing that same hack over and over again, it's different every time. And then something else is collaborative hacking. So where rather than having just one person who managed to hack it, somehow modify the game so that everybody's sort of hacking together and it shows progress. It shows that, Willem helped out a little bit, but Eldar got the rest, got the last 20% or whatever. Some way so that everybody is a little bit more involved in this. This is definitely, like we said, this is less than a month of work. This is us going, what would a game that was designed just for Twitch look like? So I think there's a long way to go with it, for sure.
Yeah, that was an idea when our test players had, and a lot of people are talking about, some folks are feeling like they're just not good at Mastermind, and I think that's where a lot of that frustration comes in, especially when you're in a big group and somebody's just getting it faster. So I really like the idea of multi-part hacks that devices, these split effort onto hacking different pieces, each with their own mini game, and people can kind of specialize. Obviously, it's a question of time, and this is still pre-alpha.
Very much so.
Okay, I found the Mona Lisa.
Something
I wait
that
for robots to go away.
Something that Link, one of our new Discord community members, thank you for joining, Link. Something that Link just said is maybe there's actually pre-specified roles, a good role and a bad role, and you either get randomly put in them or you get to choose. Similar to Among Us or something like that. Make it a bit of a hidden roles game.
Yeah. I love hidden roles games. Yeah, I think there's definitely potential for that in here.
Yeah. Well, should we see it, Eli?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
The big moment.
The big reveal. What?
Whoa.
Oh, I love that. I actually haven't seen this yet.
Yeah. Naturally, I have beat you to the prize. Perhaps you are happy to settle for this. What did that say?
What?
Lavella?
Sure. Lavelle.
Lavelle. The pretty?
Yeah. She's
Cool.
your rival, apparently.
Oh, is it time to close it out?
Time to close it out, I think. Yeah.
I think so. I think it was
Still
good.
the game company logo.
Yeah. So I've said this multiple times now, but I'm not sure who's coming in and out. We're the Delve Bros. If you hadn't already seen that, we are three literal brothers where the stars aligned. And we've been talking about building a game company forever, and it finally happened about 2 months ago. We are in a prototyping phase where we're trying out lots of different prototypes. This just so happens to be the one that you got to see today. But we have more. So like here, I wanted to show you. We have a half board game, half video game idea where it's a dungeon crawler, and the app actually builds a dungeon for you, and you get to be a barbarian and walk around, and it's awesome.
We just play tested that one for the first time this week, and it was pretty fun.
It was actually super awesome. So thank you guys for hanging out. I will let Eli and Zach talk a little bit more, but I'm going to prompt you one more time. We would love to have you on Discord to help us pick what game we build. We are bit.ly/delvebros.
And I put the link in chat since I actually know how to use chat, unlike you will.
Well.
So yeah, feel free. Yeah, we'd love to get your feedback. In answer to your question, Sleffy, 2 months ago, we put that thing together in like 3 weeks. I mean, we've been coming back to Heist Link a couple of times. That's like 1 month, maybe a little less for Heist Link.
Yeah.
We've been working. We've built 4 prototypes so far.
Yep.
So yeah, we're like banging things out, and we're going to pick our big project pretty soon. We're getting towards the final stages. But yeah, we're looking to find the thing that we like the best and you guys like the best. So we've been experimenting, and this has been one of our more fun experiments. So we were really happy to be able to share that with you all.
Yeah.
And I'm also really excited for this format in general. So if it piques your guys' interest and is making you think of cool games, which I saw there already were, I would love to see more of them of this sort out there.
Yeah.
By the way, someone just said something. Quadrilateral Cowboy. Yeah, 4-Bit Friday. Definitely one of the games that inspired this for sure. I actually haven't played it. I only saw videos of it, but I thought it was cool. Duskers is another one that really has a really cool command line
Love
interface.
Duskers. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think just to let you guys know, mid-November, we're going to be choosing our game. So sometime soon, all of y'all input will finally pan out, and we will get to work on something for everybody in the community.
I will play Quadrilateral Cowboy.
We'll get
So
I
before
love
we
that
sign
multi-stage planning idea for Bit Friday, by the way.
Yeah, seriously.
Planning out a heist is always like a big part of the movies, right? I think that would be cool. A planning phase would be really nice.
Yeah.
If there are any other questions in chat that like we missed, feel free to post them again. There's no question queue, so we may have missed some things. I know people have been asking stuff.
Yeah, and if you do just want to like chat, like obviously I see some kindred spirits in here and would love to connect. Please head to the Discord and then just message us. You can leave the Discord afterward. It's just probably the easiest way to get a hold of us. And that'll be awesome. Before we go, I just want to say thank you so much to Noah and Kawa and Alexi and everybody else for being so amazing. It really has been super fun. I've really enjoyed watching today and enjoyed participating. So thanks a lot. Thanks for everyone else for having us too.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. We're about to move into the Games Showcase Unconference section. So maybe all the Delve Bros want to hang out in the Unconference, and you can ask them questions there. So what's going to happen now is you can either go to the Unconferencing lobby and join an Unconference like we had this morning, or also you can go check out some of the games in the Games Showcase. You'll notice that there are 4 Games Showcase rooms, and all of them have a bunch of links to games. So a lot of the developers are going to be hanging out talking about them. So you can go to those rooms and play them, chat with other people playing those games, chat with the developers of those games. If you want to unconference, go to the unconferencing lobby, post what you want your unconference to be about in the message board there, and then we'll create Zoom links for people to chat, synchronously about those topics. Remember that Zoom is a separate program. So if your Zoom display name is different than your display name in the social space, you'll want to update it to be the same, or whatever you're comfortable with. And also, there's no obligation to stay in one unconference room for the entire time. If you find that the topic isn't what you thought it was or isn't that interesting to you, you can jump around between them. But hopefully the Delve Bros will go hang out there, and then they can answer more questions about how to steal the Mona Lisa or the other games that they're developing. And then after that, we're going to shut down the space for the night. I think the roguelike Discord is going to sort of be our after party venue. So you can join that if you want. Details will be in the social space. And then we'll see you all again tomorrow morning, bright and early. So thank you, everyone, for an amazing day one. And we'll see you tomorrow.